Washington takes it all the way back to the bar. State's defense has come to play. You can wrap it in maroon and white.
On the Bulldogs Sports Network, this is Mississippi State Bulldog Football, brought to you by Coca-Cola, the official beverage provider of Mississippi State Athletics, and by Cadence Bank, proud sponsor of the Mississippi State Bulldogs. Now, this is Countdown to Kickoff. Here's the voice of the Bulldogs, Neil Price.
Today, the curtain rises on a brand new college football season, and the teams from Mississippi State and Southern Mississippi hope fresh faces and a fresh start can spur a turnaround after disappointing seasons a year ago. Hi there, Hail State and happy football season. With Matt Wyatt and Jay Perry, I'm Neil Price. Thanks for joining us here at M.M. Roberts Stadium in Hattiesburg. We're glad to be with you for the start of another season of Bulldog football, and partner, two teams that are looking to flip the script from a year ago in a major way.
Yeah, and I just flipped my flip card over here to look, and I don't have any starters on offense or defense for Southern Miss. I don't know who's going to play, but I did this. I flipped it back over, and here on the roster, about 12 of the first 13 or 14 players on that roster say Marshall.
Yep.
Marshall. Not Marsha, but Marshall.
So you sound like one of the Brady children.
But, yeah, so what Huff did at Southern Miss is he flipped his football team by flipping most of his former team, or a bunch of them, to come over here, and a few starters on offense and defense, including a quarterback. So, and that's a team that, you know, some guys that won a conference championship last year and was a really good football team. State, on the other hand, here for our guys in maroon and white, like it's a whole new team too. 37 transfers in, I think 18 signees, 10 or so JUCOs, and so that number 65. That's 65 new players.
Yeah.
And that's not necessarily a bad thing, because on the line of scrimmage, you had to have help immediately. And today we get to find out if it's money well spent.
Nowhere to go but up. State coming off a 2-10 season a year ago. Southern Miss went 1-11. They were the only team in the Sun Belt Conference a year ago that didn't win a league game. And Jay Perry, when you talk about these new faces for these two teams, certainly they've got guys on both sides of the line of scrimmage, but both of these defenses have been overhauled in a big way. State's defensive front feels like it's almost entirely new.
Yeah, and you know what? We talked about it so many times last year. Matt mentioned it again in the pregame of this game. We needed that up front on both sides of the ball. The most glaring, perhaps, void last year was up front defensively. It's a completely different defense up front, in part because of new guys, and in part because you get a couple of guys back from injury that you didn't get much last year, and that's really what we need. You have to have that veteran presence. You hear people say all the time, Neil, do you look like an SEC team? Candidly, up front last year, not so much. This year, you looked the part. Now you got to get out there and get it taken care of.
And, Matt, I think it's interesting that even the coaching strategy with that defensive front has changed. Vincent Dancy, native of Sugar Lock, just up the road. We drove right through there, coming to Hattiesburg the other day. Comes in to coach those edge rushers, and you've got the veteran presence of David Turner coaching those interior guys. How does all that need to mesh for State to have success up front?
Well, you need to mesh the quarterback back there. Meet at the quarterback used to be the old saying, and that's it. You know, Neil, last year in terms of pressure on opposing quarterbacks, I hate to even bring it up. We're just making the comparison of where things have to be, but it was historically bad. And my opposing quarterbacks had great success. And it showed you that anybody you play at this level of football, the quarterbacks will have success if you don't pressure them, if you don't hit them. So that's the name of the game. And that's where this defense is. So you get Dinkins and some guys healthy in the middle. You bring players in like Bledsoe and others, one from Texas, one from Auburn, one from Miami. You know, that sort of athlete. And then in terms of edge guys, a super veteran from Coastal Carolina and Whitson who adds to that depth. You know, a guy from A&M who can play linebacker and rush off the edge, bigger, better athletes, and more of them, so that from a coaching standpoint, in certain situations, we've got fresh guys to run out there. Somebody who's fresh A year ago, your defensive guys, they're playing the whole game and shouldn't be out there in the first place. They're too young. So what you hope is new players, new depth, more focus on edge rush and individual technique right there. It gives you a better chance to hit the other guy more often and force them into mistakes. Keep that completion percentage down, and it creates turnovers.
Jay, the Southern Miss defense a year ago really struggled when it came to defending the pass. They gave up 450-plus in 5 games total offense last year, including a game where they allowed over 700 yards to Texas State. Where some of those Marshall transfers could have an impact for Charles Huff and company is in the secondary. We'll see a lot of them back there today for the Eagles, won't we?
Yeah, no question. And look, much like we talked about Mississippi State, we needed the overhaul in defense. This Southern Miss team needed it badly. And Charles Huff, as we've said several times, brings in much of that Marshall team. You almost feel like it's Marshall versus Mississippi State. By the way, Charles Huff, certainly no stranger to playing Power 4 teams. Obviously, his Marshall team goes on the road, beats Notre Dame. I can assure you that's the message he's delivering in the locker room right now. And some of those Marshall players will have to be big for this defense today.
Charles Huff has referred to Marshall as the other place since he took over as the head coach here at Southern Miss. And during warm-ups today, my eyes continue to find that green and white banner that's hanging across at the top of M.M. Roberts Stadium from the Southern Miss bench, representing Marshall, another member of the Eagles Sun Belt Conference. So we'll see how Huff's maiden voyage goes here today. Maybe we buried the lead a little bit here. It's a lot about who's new for these two teams, Matt, but it's also about who's back at quarterback for Mississippi State. Blake Shapen didn't get to play more than 4 games last year because of an injury. State was close in some games late last year, and you wonder if he was able to get out there, if he makes one throw here, one throw there, does it make a difference? Now you get to see in year 2 if he can stay healthy, can he take a big step?
Yeah, we probably did bury the lead a little bit, because Blake, super veteran, has played a lot of football and then had different years at different schools interrupted by injury, and so we're still waiting to see him perform for a full season. When he's healthy, it is not an overstatement to say that, look, Blake is an elite thrower of the football. It's why he's had the opportunities to play everywhere he's been. He can really throw it. Okay, he's not 6'4", 230. He's closer to 6'1", and about 200 or 205. So the fact that he is a really tough kid who loves to run the football. Blake, when the game's going on, he's a fire breather. He wants contact. He runs into it. He's afraid of nothing. Okay, and that's always been a good thing. But at his size, at this level, it has led to getting banged up. And it will, okay, especially in the SEC. It happened last year. So I thought, coming into the year, Neil, I had this, persisting question rolling over in my head. Are they going to coach him to take less contact when you run the ball? As opposed to, I take the 4 yards they're giving me right here and I get down. Or like he used to always do, I'm tucking in, I'm a running back. If I can get 3 more, I'm going in and getting it. Well, do you coach a guy not to do that? And if you do, can he do that? When your instinct and the way you play has always been, once I'm running, I'm a running back. And I don't know how else to approach it. I'm curious about that. And I think we'll notice it early on in the game. Is there a difference in his style of play so as to maybe give him a chance to not get banged up? Or is there no difference? Because, you could also convince me that, hey, guys play the way they play. You can't tell them not to run the ball. It's just part of the game. I can see it both ways. So I'm curious to see what it's going to look like in terms of style and philosophy with him on the field.
Here is what Blake Shapen has said about that in the offseason specifically. Quote, for me to move forward, I feel like I have to be able to get down in critical situations and understand when it's time to get down and when it's not. So I think it's absolutely in the back of his mind that he maybe cost himself some games because of trying to extend and maybe go a little bit beyond what he needed to do a year ago.
Yeah, I think so, Neil. And again, then if the effort is Okay, there will be times when I'm running and I'll take what's there, but I will get down. And instead of trying to get the first down, we'll just run 4th down and 1 and see if we can convert it. Then the question is, can you actually pull it off in games? And it not be a hesitation thing. It just be a natural thing. I'll be curious to see how that looks.
Jay, the other thing that would help Blake Shapen out is if State can have success running the football to help him set up those passing opportunities. And this is a Bulldog bunch of running backs that has depth and they have variety.
You know, Matt said it in the pregame show with Marcus. I think that's the best room on the team. And whether it's Devon Booth, whether it's Johnny Daniels, whether it's Fluff Powell, that group right there, I think, is the most talented. And, boy, that takes so much pressure off of Blake Shapen, off of the new receivers, off of the offensive line. You have to have production out of that group. I think you will. I think you'll have a really big day from the running back room.
Mississippi State and Southern Miss getting set to face off here at the stadium they call The Rock, M.M. Roberts Stadium on the USM campus in Hattiesburg. We are counting you down to kickoff just inside of 22 minutes away as we get set to start the 2025 college football season. As we get closer to kickoff here in Hattiesburg, I'll get more thoughts from Matt about the matchup. Jeff Marson will check in from the Learfield Network studio to tell you what's happening in the early window with SEC football today. And Jay will take you to midfield for the coin toss. But on the other side of this timeout, I'll talk to Jeff Lebby ahead of his season opener in year 2 as the head coach of the Bulldogs. Glad to have you with us on an overcast day here in late August. It feels much more like late October than it does the end of August today. Stay with us. There's more to come in just a moment. This is Mississippi State football from Learfield.
At Kroger, you never compromise. You get high quality and low prices. Like you never compromise your meal with our spring salad mix, guaranteed fresh. And you never compromise your budget with lower prices on over 1,000 items. And you never compromise your appetite with our golden brown bread that's baked fresh in store. And you never compromise your wallet with our lower prices. Hand it to Kroger shoppers. You never compromise. Kroger. Fresh for everyone.
It's 6:30 and the branch is closed.
Yep.
And you couldn't find your debit card.
Nope.
But you're going to get cash.
Yep. Cadence Bank Live Teller has extended hours, and I can get cash from my account with my driver's license.
My bank can't do that.
Nope.
With over 300 Live Teller locations with extended hours, there's opportunity here. Find a Live Teller near you at cadencebank.com/liveteller. Equal opportunity lender, member FDIC.
Bully, a most cantankerous canine. English by genetics, maroon by Starkville pride. You'll find him roving the campus and the nightmares of his foes. Ford also has a fan favorite, Ford F-Series, America's best-selling trucks 48 years straight. Drive F-150, official truck of the Bulldogs, only at your Mississippi Ford dealer, based on 1977 to 2024 total sales.
Hello, this is Rosie the Skunk for Atmos Energy. You might think I make a bad smell, but it's nothing compared to the rotten egg smell of a gas leak, because that could be dangerous. If you think you smell, see, or hear signs of a leak, don't do anything that might cause a spark. Leave immediately. Then call 911 and Atmos Energy. There's no gray area here. When dealing with gas leaks, it's black and white. For more information, visit atmosenergy.com/gas safety.
Mississippi State football lives here. This is the Bulldogs Sports Network from Learfield.
Let's take a moment to breathe. Deep inhale. Extend your spine. Remain focused on what you're doing. If safe to do so, exhale slowly, leaning to one side. Inhale back to center. If safe to do so, exhale slowly to the opposite side. Find mental health resources at loveyourmindtoday.org. This message is brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ed Council.
Put your phone on D&D, that means that do not disturb when you're driving.
And when you're going from point A to B, I need you to stay safe, please, so always sing with me. So put your phone on D&D, that means do not disturb when you're driving. And when you're going from point A to B, I need you to stay safe, please, so always remember this beat.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
This is Countdown to Kickoff. Now it's time to get head coach Jeff Levy's thoughts on today's game. Alongside Coach Levy, here's the voice of the Bulldogs, Neil Price.
Hattiesburg, Mississippi is the side of the season opener for Mississippi State as the Bulldogs get set to take on Southern Miss today here at Roberts Stadium. And time for our pregame conversation with Coach Jeff Levy. So after a month or so of playing against one another, trying to figure out what you got, we're finally here. How do you feel about everything?
Yeah, I feel good. A ton of excitement. Excited for our guys to be able to, go take advantage of a great opportunity today. So they've put in a ton of work. Everything's been pointing towards August 30th, and it's here. So excited for our guys.
You've got a lot of new faces on your roster, and for that fact, so does Southern Mississippi. I'll ask you about that in a minute. But of all the transfer guys, newcomers, where do you think maybe they can make the biggest impact today?
Yeah, I think, again, defensively inside the defensive line and at linebacker and safety have a chance for those guys to have a great impact on today and our program moving forward.
You are much deeper on that defensive line than you were in year one. Ideally, what's that rotation need to look like numbers-wise for you today?
Yeah, we would love to cut it in thirds to let guys go play. And, again, go play free and fast and be able to be as fresh as we possibly can as we go play. So that's how we plan to go about it today. And as the flow of the game unfolds, that'll kind of dictate where it lays.
You have your quarterback back. Blake Shapen's back off that injury. And you and I talked a little bit about this on Wednesday night. Year two for quarterbacks in your offense, there tends to be a big jump. What have you seen from Blake in the last month that leads you to believe that he can do that this year?
Yeah, he's just had great command. He's been in complete control. Knows what we want, knows what I want as soon as it gets called. And so he's done a great job of spending time. He's done a great job of preparing the right way. And I think all those things are going to pay off for him today. And
I'm not putting all of this on the quarterback because I know sometimes that position unfairly gets a lot heaped onto it, but explosive plays. You had 50 of them a year ago. Typically, your offense somewhere between 75 and 90 with regard to that in the course of a season. How can he help get you in positions to where you can have more of those this year?
Yeah, I think, again, from a decision-making standpoint, he's dictating where the football goes. And so knowing exactly what we're getting before we're getting it, him being able to have great anticipation will create opportunities for chunks.
And more playmakers around him, too. Of the new guys you've added on offense, especially those receivers, what do you want to see from them today?
Explosive plays, making plays, and making them down the field, having the ability to block the perimeter in a great way when we need to do that. But again, putting the ball in those guys' hands and them going and making plays.
All right, so let's talk a little bit about Southern Mississippi. This has been a complete rebuild of their roster, and how tough has that made it, or how has it impacted the prep process when you're talking about a lot of guys from Marshall, but a bunch of guys who come in from other places too?
Yeah, I do. I think the reality is I think there's a lot of unknowns. This today will be a game of who finds the way to adjust the fastest and do a great job of that, communicating that and creating answers for their guys. But we've watched a ton of Marshall tape from a scheme standpoint. A bunch of players from there have obviously joined Coach Huff and the crew here at Southern Miss. And again, today it's going to be about adjusting and finding answers as we get into it.
Their quarterback, Braylon Braxton, is the preseason offensive player of the year in the Sun Belt. He was really good at Marshall a year ago. What stood out as you've watched him?
Yeah, just a really dynamic runner, a tough runner, a guy that knows how to find a way to get a first down when they need a first down. And he did that for them over and over and over last year. at Marshall, a guy that has played a bunch of football and obviously is going to have great command. So going to have to do a great job of tackling him and getting to him in throw situations.
You got a lot of receivers that played with him at Marshall that have come over too. As you've tried to build your game plan, do you think they want to be balanced? Do they want to run it more, throw it more? What's your gut tell you?
Yeah, I think they, at the end of the day, are going to find ways to try to run the football as much as they can and isolate the perimeter. That's who he is as a QB, and that's what we've gotten ready for.
And defensively, a lot of the same. They've got their same defensive coordinator they had at Marshall. What do you think they're going to throw at you on that side?
Yeah, I do. I think they'll be very similar to what they were last year. We're expecting a lot of 4 downs, some coverage variation. But I still think that there's a chance that things don't look exactly like they've looked on tape, and we'll have to get into it and adjust and create answers if things are completely different.
Well, you had this comment at the press conference Monday. Someone asked you specifically, I think, about trick plays, and are you going to be anticipating that? You said you can't chase ghosts when you go into these games sometimes. How do you keep it simple? You said you wanted your guys to do that. How do you keep their mindset simple, and what do you want them focused on today?
Yeah, I think the first thing is just what we've done throughout the week from a scheme standpoint of being tight from a game plan standpoint, not putting a ton on our guys so that they have the ability to go play free and fast. And again, for us, it's about playing clean football, being really good pre-snap, and then having the ability to make all the layups. And so we need to do that this morning. Our guys are excited about doing it and can't wait to kick it off.
Thanks for the time. Good luck.
Appreciate it, Hail State.
That's Jeff Levy. It is State and Southern Miss today in Hattiesburg. We'll have more as we count down to kickoff here on the Bulldog Sports Network from Learfield.
All right. It's a beautiful day for football here at the stadium, and we're just about ready for kickoff. Score 0-0. And suddenly, I'm in the mood for a Coke Zero Sugar. Real Coke taste, zero sugar. Now that's a winning combo. Yeah, crisp, refreshing. That hits the spot. When it comes to great taste, Coke Zero Sugar's always on the scoreboard. Coke Zero Sugar. Real Coke taste, zero sugar.
Hey, Bulldog fans, got a house hotter than a Mississippi summer or pipes colder than your team's rival? It's time to call Air South Cooling, Heating, Plumbing, and Electrical. Whether it's cooling you down, heating you up, fixing those leaky pipes, or keeping your lights on, Air South's got your back. We're the champions of home comfort, just like your Bulldogs on the field. Call Air South Cooling, Heating, Plumbing, and Electrical today, where your home is our home field. Call Air South now at 662-304-8412. Air South, we care more.
Ringing those cowbells after every touchdown. You're listening to Mississippi State football from Learfield.
We asked parents who adopted teens to share their journey.
When I met both of them, it was like my missing pieces were found. Like it was just like an instant, these are my kids. If you're considering adopting a teen, just do it. Kids need families. I don't care the age. Everybody deserves a family.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. A message brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
My name is Teresa Barber. I was in the United States Navy, and I served overseas in the Middle East and Africa. Early on in my career, I had a commander that taught our suicide prevention training, and the very next day, he took his own life. 90% of suicide attempts involving a gun are fatal. My way of continuing my service is to help protect my community by being a responsible gun owner and by storing firearms safely. Store all your guns securely. Help stop suicide.
Brought to you by End Family Fire and the Ad Council.
This is Countdown to Kickoff. Time to find out what's happening in the SEC and around the nation. Inside the Learfield Network studios, here's Jeff Marson.
Welcome back to Countdown to Kickoff. Just a couple of games to report to you before we send it back to Hattiesburg. Kicking off with us in this early 11 a.m. window, a couple of marquee matchups. Number 1, Texas goes on the road. They'll face number 3, Ohio State. Texas' first time as preseason AP number 1 and making their second trip to the Horseshoe. And over in Atlanta, number 24, Tennessee will take on Syracuse with new quarterback Joey Aguilar getting the start. We're going to take one more timeout, and then we'll send it back for kickoff between Mississippi State and Southern Miss. You've been listening to Countdown to Kickoff and Bulldog Football from Learfield.
Trey Willis, left tackle. Marshall Jones, wide receiver.
Alex Philbin, running back. Hi, I'm Tim from C-Spire. Am I in the right place?
It always pays to have the right players on your team. That's why C-Spire gives you fiber-fast home internet, nationwide 5G wireless, and best-in-class business solutions, all backed by local 24/7 support. C-Spire, customer-inspired.
This is professional ball player and former Mississippi State Bulldog, Jake Mangum. Mississippi is my home. I've been all over the state and seen just about all there is to see. As a native, joining Farm Bureau was a no-brainer. They're there when I need them, with competitive rates and exceptional customer service. If you aren't already on the team, it's time to join Farm Bureau. Visit favrates.com for great rates on home and auto insurance, or find a local agent at msfbins.com. Farm Bureau Insurance. Go with the home team.
In the SEC, it just means more. But what is it exactly? It's the fans, the students, the traditions, the legends. It's passion to celebrate deeper, reach farther, think smarter, make an impact off the field. It's that intangible thing that happens when 16 schools raise the bar as one. Because in the SEC, it just means more.
He's got the speed. He's got room. He's going to score.
No one gets you closer to the game than Sirius XM College Sports Radio.
For the win! Got it! Let's go!
Tune in for news, talk, and analysis from the offseason through regular season and into the postseason. We've got your team covered anywhere you go.
Deep to center field! Oh, it's gone!
Get a free trial at SiriusXM.com/College Sports Radio 2025. Your home for the Bulldogs.
Touchdown, Mississippi State.
This is Mississippi State football from Learfield.
This message is for Shauna, my mom, who just finished her high school diploma. I wanted to say I'm so proud of you for finishing school. You told me it's never too late to achieve your dreams. I hope to make you as proud as you have made me.
When you graduate, they graduate. Finish your high school diploma for you and for them. Visit finishyourdiploma.org to find free and supportive adult education centers near you. Brought to you by the Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
Don't act like that. Don't wear that. Don't think that. I've heard everything you tell yourself every time you felt different. And I want you to know that you can be vulnerable and powerful. That taking care of your mind is taking care of everyone you love and who loves you. Love your mind. Find mental health resources at loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
This is Mississippi State Bulldog Football. Bulldog Football is brought to you by Case IH. Get in the red zone with Case IH. Visit caseih.com/Bulldogs. Mississippi Farm Bureau Insurance. Go with the home team. And by Pearl River Resort, the top choice for fun, relaxation, and unforgettable memories. Now, here's the voice of the Bulldogs, Neil Price.
Since the end of spring football, it has been a long offseason for Mississippi State. There was talking season in July. There was training camp in August. Now, with those boxes checked, the only thing left to do is go play. And the Bulldogs will do that with a lot of new faces today as they take the field here at M.M. Roberts Stadium ahead of a matchup with in-state rival Southern Mississippi. With Matt White and Jay Perry, I'm Neil Price. Glad to have you with us. Time to get our weather report presented by Farm Families of Mississippi, supporting Mississippi agriculture for over a decade. Jay, I'm looking out the windows up here. This looks like October October. This doesn't look like August the 30th.
Hey, sign me up. 77 degrees, slight 5-mile-an-hour wind out of the north. Guys, you're right. It is perfect. It is a little bit overcast, but the weather could not be better. We're here, of course, on the artificial turf at the Rock M.M. Roberts Stadium. It is a really nice, so nice, I'm even able to rock the vest today, guys.
And those fancy shoes with your picture on them. How about that? Jay will make the walk out with the captains in just a moment. Southern Miss has just taken the field, and one would imagine, too, emotions running pretty high in that locker room because, Matt, this truly is a Super Bowl-type game for them. Mississippi State still willing to come to Hattiesburg. There aren't many teams that can say that in this state, and the Bulldogs doing it here, and people in Hattiesburg have been very appreciative of that fact.
Yeah, absolutely. I've had many of the people I've run into here in black and gold today say, hey, listen, we really are glad y'all are here. And so, yeah, I think it's good for everybody.
Back down to Jay with the captains.
Yeah, the captains, Nick Mitchell, Blake Chapin, Jacoby Jackson, our referee, James Carter. Let's listen in, guys.
Yeah, the home team. Mississippi State, you are the visitors and will call the toss today. This is heads. Tails. What's your call? Tails. Tails is the call. It is heads. You win the toss.
So you heard that Mississippi State lost the toss, but Southern Miss decides to defer. That means Blake Chapin in this Jeff Lebby offense will be up first, fellas.
And something tells me Jeff Lebby wouldn't have it any other way. Every time his team won the toss a year ago, he took the football and wants to put that offense out there first. Jay told you that James Carter is the referee. It is a Southeastern Conference crew today. Trenton Crawford, the umpire. Jeffrey Mikas is the head line judge. Chad Lawrence is the line judge. Philip Davenport, the field judge. Victor Sanchez, side judge. Rob Bonchich, the back judge. Andy Faust is the center judge. Ken Schweitzer is the replay official. And Jamie Williams is the communicator. That seems like a very important title. Interpreter. Yeah.
Well, and regarding communication, back in the old days, Neil, the officiating crews were really strict about the language you had to use when you won a toss, and they gave you the option. And if you said we want a kick or something that was the wrong word, it could really cost you a possession.
Yep.
That time we had a Southern Miss player say, hey, we won't kick off and go that way. He said, let me get this straight. You want to defer, right? And he's like, yeah, defer.
Yeah.
And so they help us out a little more now than they used to.
I mentioned it's a Super Bowl type game for them. State really is kind of walking into a hornet's nest in the season opener today.
Well, yeah, and it's great. It's great. Go into an atmosphere that's going to challenge you. And this one certainly is. They're going to have a better football team certainly than they had a year ago here at Southern Miss. And this will probably be their best home crowd of the year. Unless they make some magical run to a conference title, you might get another big crowd like this late in the year. But a little bit of a hornet's nest, real challenge for State, and get the ball first and try to control the momentum early.
Devon Booth and Johnny Daniels drift deep for the Bulldogs. Down to our left, State in white jerseys with maroon letters and numbers over white pants with maroon piping, maroon helmets, white face mask, State script in white on either side of the lids. Southern Miss to kick off from right to left in gold jerseys with white numbers over black pants with gold and white piping, black helmets with white stripes across the center, and Southern Miss written on either side. Reed Harradine will boot it away. The right footer sends it downfield, angling left toward Devon Booth, who will step 3 yards deep into the end zone to field it and hold there for a touchback. State will go to work at the 25-yard line on its first possession of the 2025 season. Behind Blake Chapin, Jeff Lebby told me quarterbacks in his system tend to make a big jump in year 2. What's it going to take for Blake to do that today?
1, stay healthy. 2, have a better offensive line in front of you, and better running game, more consistent run game with a better offensive line in front of you. And that's really the big keys for Blake. And all that experience, you play good up front, all that experience at quarterback can work for you. If you're bad up front, all that experience is sort of nullified at quarterback. So it's really on the offensive line.
No Luke Work today on the offensive line. So Blake Steen at right tackle, Zach Owens right guard. The center is Cannon Boone. Albert Reese at left tackle, and Jacoby Jackson at left guard. State will open up with a 3-receiver set. Out of the gun, Chapin takes the snap, ducks out of a tackle, runs off to his left, gets across the 25 up to the 27-yard line. Just a gain of 2 yards, but he was having to run for his life quickly, Matt.
Yeah, pressure off the backside, get beat at left tackle. Good job to avoid the sack right there.
Booth is the starting running back today. State has 3 receivers, 2 of those to the right. Ball on the left hash at the 27. Chapin takes the shotgun snap, hands to Booth, running left up to the 31, and that's it. 4 more for Devon Booth, and the Bulldogs find themselves with 3rd down and 4. Jabari Ishmael makes the tackle for Southern Miss. So the first 3rd down of the year for Mississippi State. 3rd and 4 on the left hash at the Bulldog 31-yard line. Traore, the tight end, on the right side of the line. Chapin gets the snap. Quick throw over the middle. Caught by Seydou Traore. Turns up across the 40 and gets knocked down at the 43-yard line. Picks up a bank first down after he's knocked down by Josh Battle. Bulldogs moving with tempo here quickly. From the 43, Chapin takes the snap, slings it into the right flat, incomplete, underthrown, looking for Brennan Thompson, the transfer from Oklahoma, and that one will bring up 2nd and 10.
This extended handoff throw, not even really a screen, it's just like a first down extended handoff, and just missed him, so 2nd and 10. On the 3rd down play, Southern Miss wanted us to throw the football. They dropped in zone, put 6 in the box. We took it, and that's what you got to do.
Anthony Evans is in the slot right. Transfer from Georgia. Thompson is wide right. Out of the gun, Chapin play action. Looking deep. Has Traore. Makes the grab on the numbers at the 20 to the 10, and he will coast into the end zone. Touchdown, Mississippi State. Seydou Traore gets the first of the year for the Bulldogs, and it's 6-0 MSU.
Man, and he was 15 steps behind the defense, wide open. Great job by Blake to put it out and not miss him. The reason it's a score, great protection up front. That's a long developing route. Ran a vertical up the seam, right past the safety who bit on the pump fake from the quarterback, and you get a nice score in the end zone. Way to start the season.
A 57-yard touchdown pass from Blake Chapin to Seydou Traore. Here is Kyle Ferry to attempt the point after. Snap is back, hold is down, the kick is away, and Ferry's kick is on target. And just like that, with 13:35 to play in the first quarter, Mississippi State has taken a 7-0 lead here at Southern Miss. All of our Bulldog touchdowns are brought to you by Trustmark Bank. People you trust, advice that works. Member FDIC. You and I watched a couple scrimmages, and I kept saying to you, I've not seen State take a lot of deep shots. And we were thinking, if you're going to take deep, you're going to go to the speedster Thompson maybe, or Evans, and it's Seydou Traore who gets downfield behind the defense.
Yeah, that's it. And, you know, again, it's a 2-receiver side to Blake's left. Traore is the inside receiver. He's running vertical up the field. Outside receiver runs a stop route. It pulls the corner up. When the safety looked at Blake, he gave a little pump fake and jumped the route. He wasn't really looking at the receiver. He was looking at the quarterback. And when he jumped it, Traore just runs right by him. There's nobody back there. And then if you're the quarterback, Blake Chapin, it's like don't miss a layup because he's so open. Really nice touch to hit him running where he can catch it and take it on into the end zone.
So Marlon Hawk will kick off for the Bulldogs left to right. Micah Davis and Ole Miss transferred deep along with Ian Foster for the Golden Eagles. This is a great kick from Hawk that'll sail 9 yards deep into the end zone down to our right. And Southern Miss will go on offense for the first time at its own 25-yard line behind a very talented quarterback who came over from Marshall, Matt, named Braylon Braxton.
Yeah, big kid, 6'2", 230, excellent runner. I think he's really accurate throwing the ball, and he has a very quirky delivery, kind of an off-the-shoulder pad. Not quite to the extent of a Danny Werfel for the old folks who remember, but it's a little bit of a shot put. But he's really accurate throwing the ball and has command of that offense.
Southern Miss has 3 receivers to start this game. Metcalf, the single receiver right, in motion left to right. Braxton gets the snap. Looking right, throws, caught at the first down marker along the right sideline by Carl Chester, one of those Marshall transfers. Needed 10, gets 10, or did he? No, I think he's a yard short. He is. He only got 9 up to the 34-yard line. Brylan Lanier makes the tackle. Southern Miss going with tempo. They'll hand it off on 2nd and 1, and the running back takes it behind the left side of his line for a first down. That is former Bulldog Jeffrey Pittman, who gets the first carry for Southern Miss. Jere Bledsoe, new Bulldog, who came over from Texas, there to make the tackle after a gain of 3 up to the 37-yard line. First and 10 for Southern Miss, trailing 7-0 here early in the game.
Play.
They'll hand it off to Pittman again, running right, and not much there. He fights for a yard up to the 38-yard line. Nick Mitchell there to make the stop for Mississippi State.
They ran a screen and had it set up, but Nick went right through 2 defenders to get him for a 1-yard gain. Nice play. 2nd and 9 for Southern Miss. Trips to the right side of the formation. One of those receivers, Carl Chester, motions over to the left side. So now the receivers are 2 by 1. Pittman is the running back as Braylon Braxton puts his hands over the ear holes of his helmet to hear the communication from Charles Huff and Blake Anderson, the offensive coordinator here at Southern Miss. 12-13 and counting, first quarter. State leads the game 7-0. Braxton takes a shotgun snap, hands to Pittman, patient, breaks it out left side, and he's submarined as he gets across the 40 up to the 44-yard line by Deontay Anderson. A gain of 6 yards for Jeffrey Pittman brings up 3rd and 3 for the Golden Eagles at their own 44-yard line. Braxton hands off Pittman. Pittman breaks a tackle, gets across the 45. He's pushing forward, and he gets the first down as he fights up to the 48-yard line, where he's finally stopped by Hunter Washington. So far, their offensive line has blocked us a little bit. Now, we just went substitution, new group of defensive linemen in.
Gain of 3, 1st and 10, Southern Miss with 11:20 to play in the first quarter. State leads the game 7-0 here in Hattiesburg. 3 receivers left for the Eagles, 1 right. New running back in the game. They'll hand it off to Matt Jones, the Ole Miss transfer, running between the hashes across the 50 and into Mississippi State territory, where he's taken down at the Bulldog 48-yard line by Isaac Smith, leading tackler on the state team a year ago. Gain of 4 brings up 2nd and 6.
Hey, their offensive line's getting pushed here to start the ball game.
Kyron Heath in at tight end. He's on the left side of the line. Handoff again goes to Jones running left. He's trying to stretch it, and there's not much there. Couple of yards as he gets to the Mississippi State 46. That'll bring up, well, actually, they're going to mark it back at the 48. No gain. Tanner Johnson stopped him.
That was a really nice play by Johnson, flying in there up there from his safety position, force a 3rd down at midfield.
Yeah, 3rd and 6 for Southern Miss. 2 receivers each way. Braxton, shotgun snap. Pocket breaks down. He sprints off to the left, turns downhill, reaches his arm out as he gets to the 45, and they'll mark him out at the state 45-yard line. Picks up only 3. He'll be about 3 yards shy, I believe, of a first down.
Yeah, that was good job there, too. You get a little bit of a pass rush. Hibbler off the edge. It was about to get loose, and it forced him out. He had to run. And good job not breaking down in coverage as he's running and giving up a big throw. 4th down.
Yeah, Southern Miss has got the offense out there on 4th and 3 from the state 45. Tight end flex to the right, 2 receivers right, single receiver to the left. The play clock is down to 3, and they haven't shown signs of snapping it. Now the play clock has expired. There's a flag, the first in the game, and Southern Miss is going to take the delay of game.
So they intentionally take the delay of game to back up, give you a little more room for your punter right there. Are we declining that? You know, the thing about it is you have the option to decline it, but you want to, I think, keep it so that they don't risk going for it on 4th down and punt the ball back to you. So if they're going to take the yards, back them up.
Offense, 5-yard penalty, 4th down.
All right, so it's a 5-yard penalty. They have brought out the red hat as if to signal a TV timeout. This would be a strange place to take a timeout. There's been no change of possession.
See, White Hat is talking to Red Hat right now. I think we've got a little miscommunication going on with broadcast stuff.
SouthernMiss.com/tickets to get yours today.
All right, so they're holding the punt team. I'm waiting to see, are they going to bring the Red Hat off the field?
I think once he's on, that's it.
Yeah, the teams are going to the sideline, so we'll take a timeout here. First game for everybody here in Hattiesburg. A fourth down coming up, and looks like Southern Miss is going to punt after this timeout. State leads 7-0 in the first quarter with 9:43 left. This is Mississippi State football from Learfield.
Hey y'all, I'm Steve Azar inviting you to escape to Pearl River Resort where the fun is going non-stop. Go off the deep end at the South's most exciting water park, Geyser Falls. After the thrills, test your skills at the Dancing Rabbit Golf Club. There's dining delight and love at first sight. And it's always no work and all play at Silver Star and Golden Moon Casinos. So come on, leave it all behind and head to Pearl River Resort.
Inspired by the moments that matter. The last-second touchdowns. The rivals outranked. The play fakes that surprised everyone. Especially the other guy's defense. At C-Spire, we connect you with all of it, on and off the field. With nationwide 5G wireless, fiber home internet, and business IT solutions. Because we're not just in your town, we're on your team. C-Spire, customer inspired.
Mississippi State football lives here. This is the Bulldogs Sports Network from Learfield.
I'm a pretty great multitasker. I can wash dishes and do laundry. I can roller skate while walking my dog. I can even order lunch while doing my homework. But I can't use my phone while driving. A distracted driver is one of the leading causes of death in the United States. So when it comes to driving, please, don't be a multitasker.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
How serious is youth vaping? Irreversible lung damage serious. 1 in 10 kids vape serious, which warrants a serious conversation from a serious parental figure, like yourself. Not the seriously know-it-all sports dad, or the seriously smart podcaster. It requires a serious conversation that is best had by you. No, seriously, the best person to talk to your child about vaping is you. To start the conversation, visit talkaboutvaping.org. Brought to you by the American Lung Association and the Ad Council.
Left in the first quarter, State leading Southern Miss 7-0. And all the confusion with the red hat and timeout or no timeout, you missed the first punt of the game from Southern Miss, a 45-yard punt that was fair caught by Anthony Evans for Mississippi State back at the Bulldogs' 5-yard line. They've actually spotted it to 6, so it's a 44-yard punt with no return. The Bulldogs get the ball for the second time. Seydou Traore with a 55-yard touchdown catch of the Bulldogs' first possession. Southern Miss's first drive stalled out after covering 25 yards on 8 plays. So now the Bulldogs go back to work, Matt, and see if they can't create a little magic again here with Chapin working out of the shotgun. He's got Fluff Bothwell in at running back for the first time, transfer from South Alabama. He was playing in the Sun Belt against the Southern Miss team a year ago. Receiver on either side, tight end to the right. Chapin snaps, fires left side, and Brennan Thompson pulls it along the sideline and gets knocked out of bounds at the 10-yard line. Picks up 4, second down.
Ball out to the 10. The job here is to get 2 first downs for your punter and then decide.
And off this time to Bothwell, straight ahead, and he gets stacked up as he fights his way up to the 12-yard line. Brodarius Lewis from Prattville, Alabama, Matt Wyatt's hometown, the only returning defensive lineman for this Southern Miss team, makes the stop.
Yeah, he got off a block over here, just shed his blocker, and he was one-on-one.
Chapin from the 13 takes the snap. He'll run for it behind the middle of his line across the 15 and dives up to the 16-yard line at the feet of Chris Jones, who had a fantastic freshman season for Southern Miss a year ago. It's going to be a pickup of 3, and the Bulldogs move the sticks. A bank first down. Ready to go. Chapin throws over the middle. It's intercepted by Southern Miss. He telegraphed it to Fluff Bothwell, and it's picked off by the Golden Eagles. Amir Foster, a transfer from Marshall, one of several in that secondary. And Southern Miss gets the first takeaway of the season.
Boy, that's a nice play there, too. He's got the tight end releasing right in the middle his job is to cover the running back. But the running back was sort of loafing on his route, like he didn't think he was going to get the ball. You got two receivers too close, and so one defender was able to cover two, and he just fell back into the middle, jumped the pass as it came out of the hand of the quarterback, and caught it. It was a nice catch, too, diving catch, so they've got 1st and 10 in plus territory.
A diving interception at the state 26-yard line, and now Southern Miss has a chance to tie the game, trailing 7-0 with 8:32 to play in the first quarter. Out of the shotgun, Braylon Braxton loads up, throws left side, batted up in the air and incomplete. Great coverage by Diego Brumfield, who was the corner on that side for Mississippi State, knocked it away from Carl Chester.
Man,
2nd and 10.
Really nice job in coverage right there. He's trailing the receiver right in his hip pocket. It's the whole shot up the sideline before the safety could get over there, and Brumfield knocks it away. Good job.
3 receivers left for Southern Miss. Chester and Metcalf are 2 of those. A tight end, Heath, is the other. Braxton takes the shotgun snap, dumps it over the middle to Pittman, reels in a high throw, and makes the catch at the 26, and that's it. Tackled there by Zachary Tillman. Kedrick Bingley-Jones on the defensive line, also there, just a gain of a yard. 3rd down and 9 for Southern Miss at the Mississippi State 26-yard line. Braxton takes a shotgun snap, throws one-on-one, back right of the end zone. It's incomplete. Looking in that back right for Micah Davis, and Kelly Jones with a nice job one-on-one. The corner covering well for Mississippi State to force 4th down and bring on the field goal team.
Man, that is 2 plays out of 3 where your corners were in excellent position. You can't do it any better right there than Kelly Jones did. One-on-one go route up the sideline. Big 6'4" kid bats it away.
So Reed Harradine, the new kicker on this Southern Miss team this year, on to attempt a 43-yard field goal off the left hash. Snap is back, hold is down, the kick is away, and this one bends in between the uprights and through. So a 43-yard field goal delivers the first points of the year for Southern Miss. And with 7:54 to play in this first quarter, Mississippi State's lead has been trimmed to 7-3 here in Hattiesburg. Timeout on the field. This is Mississippi State football from Learfield.
There's team pride, and then there's extra bulldog pride. When I'm carrying the Mississippi State University Regions Visa debit card or prepaid Regions Now card, that's exactly what I get. Whether I'm grabbing some extra state gear or picking up an extra dozen wings for the game, this card always brings it. Sometimes I get an extra Hail State from the cashier too. Visit Regions.com/Go State to get yours.
Extra changes everything. And at Regions, Extra is our ordinary. Official bank of the SEC. Member FDIC.
Whether you're cheering for the Bulldogs or caring for your land, we know you're all in all season long. And Case IH compact and utility tractors are all in too. Mowing, digging, hauling, our equipment designed to meet the needs of America's farm fields makes caring for your home field easier. Your Case IH dealer can show you how our equipment can make this season a winning one. Case IH, built by farmers.
Ringing those cowbells after every touchdown. You're listening to Mississippi State football from Learfield.
And here's Heather with the weather.
Well, it's beautiful out there, sunny and 75, almost a little chilly in the shade. Now, let's get a read on the inside of your car. It is hot. You've only been parked a short time and it's already 99 degrees in there. Let's not leave children in the back seat while running errands. It only takes a few minutes for their body temperatures to rise, and that could be fatal.
Cars get hot fast and can be deadly. Never leave a child in a car. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
You took the first step and quit smoking, but even former smokers may still be at risk for lung cancer. That's why SaveByTheScan.org wants you to know about a new low-dose CT scan that can detect lung cancer early. It takes only 60 seconds and could save your life. You took the first step, now take the next. Visit SaveByTheScan.org for a simple quiz to see if you're eligible and talk to your doctor about screening. SaveByTheScan.org is brought to you by the American Lung Association's Lung Force Initiative and the Ad Council.
Southern Miss has just turned a Mississippi State turnover into 3 points. A 43-yard field goal by Reed Harradine has cut State's advantage to 7-3 with 7:54 to play in this first quarter. Seydou Traore had a 55-yard touchdown catch for the Bulldogs on State's first possession of the game. With Matt Wyatt and Jay Perry, I'm Neil Price. Glad to have you with us. Mississippi State was founded in 1878, and over the years, the university has garnered support from various companies that have helped it grow. The following businesses support the Bulldogs: Alpha Insurance, Buffalo Wild Wings, Campus Bookmark, Eat Local Starkville, OB Starkville Properties, and The Lodge by Alumni Hall. Pretty good job by State's defense there. The offense gave it up deep in its own end, and they held them to 3 points.
Yeah, that was a really nice job. It's all you could do. You go get a 3-and-out. 2 excellent plays at corner. Got to go respond now.
Harradine will kick it right to left for USM. This one angling downfield, and Devon Booth won't have a chance. Watches it bounce 4 yards deep in the end zone for a touchback. So let's see if Blake Shapen can bounce back from that interception. In 4 games last year, Matt, he only threw 1 pick. He's not a guy that gives the ball up a whole lot.
Yeah. I'll tell you now, that was an excellent play by their defender in that zone coverage to catch it. But part of it was, you're trying to pull him out of there with the route of the running back, and we had a lazy route, and he didn't get pulled out of there. So that's an example of how it's a team game. Everybody affects everybody. But right now, you put up, you allow a field goal off that turnover. So as an offense, you got to go get that back, put a drive together, be consistent, get some first downs, and stay on the field a little bit and go answer.
A couple new faces for State. Sam West in at tight end. Marcus Allen, transfer from Eastern Michigan, is in at one receiver here. Empty backfield. Shapen takes the snap, slings it into the flat where it's caught along the right side by Ricky Johnson. And Ricky tries to follow a block up across the 25, and he gets up to the 26 where he's knocked out of bounds by Ian Foster. Just a pickup of 1, 2nd and 9. State hurried up here with a tight end and 2 receivers right and a single receiver left. Play action, and the pass is dropped. It was a bullet right into the hands of Aiden Williams, who tried to turn upfield before he caught it. There is a penalty marker in the Southern Miss secondary back at the 47-yard line.
2 of them, 1 on each side.
Illegal substitution against the defense. 12 players on the field, 5-yard penalty.
That's a gift.
Yeah.
First down.
That's a gift. That was a really nice throw by. We've seen early, quick throws get out of his hand a bunch early on here today. Just kind of extended handoff type throws. There's just a 3-step slant. That was a really nice throw. You got to catch it. Penalty moves you up. You get to run 2nd down and short.
Up to the 32-yard line. So that's going to bring up 2nd down and 4.
2nd down.
Yeah, 2nd and 4 for Mississippi State. Tight end and a receiver to the left, single receiver right. Shapen hands it off. Booth sheds a tackle in the backfield, running behind the left side of that line, gets across the 35 all the way up to the 38-yard line where he's tripped up by J.J. Hawkins. But he gets a bank first down after a pickup of 7 yards for the Bulldogs. 7:13 and counting first quarter. State leads 7-3. Shapen hands to Booth. Lot of room off left tackle. Gets to the 50. Breaks a tackle there. Angling right and tripped up in Southern Miss territory at the Golden Eagle 47-yard line. Booth with a burst goes for 14 and a bank first down. State quickly to the line and ready to go, leading 7-3. Another handoff to Booth, this time around the right side. Snaps an arm tackle at the 40. Outside the numbers to the Southern Miss 35. Lowers his head and bowls over a man as he falls down at the 31-yard line. Dylan King took him on, but was no match for Devon Booth, who picks up 16 and another bank first down for State.
Steen, the right tackle. Owens, the right guard. Excellent combo off the end, back to the inside, totally sealed the edge. Great job up front.
6:20 to play first quarter, clock rolling. State leads 7-3, and Southern Miss takes a timeout as the Bulldogs get set to run a first down play at the USM 31.
And that's an example. That run is an example.
Southern Miss.
Plays designed to go middle left, okay? Front side is to your left. It's all blocked up, but you can't get to the edge. But because you've totally blocked everybody out of the way on the right, Steen, I'm talking about, just blew his guy back to the inside. There's this clear cutback lane around to the outside, Excellent job up front right there.
3 first downs on the drive for State. A timeout on the field. Get the Mississippi State University Regions Visa debit card or prepaid Regions Now card at regions.com/Go State. Bulldogs 7, Southern Miss 3. This is Mississippi State football from Learfield.
At Kroger, you never compromise. You get high quality and low prices. Like you never compromise your meal with our spring salad mix, guaranteed fresh. And you never compromise your budget with lower prices on over 1,000 items. And you never compromise your appetite with our golden brown bread that's baked fresh in store. And you never compromise your wallet with our lower prices. Hand it to Kroger shoppers. You never compromise. Kroger. Fresh for everyone.
At Atmos Energy, we believe affordable, reliable, and efficient natural gas is essential to achieving a low-carbon energy future. We're committed to helping protect the environment by providing smart choice solutions to help customers reduce energy use and lower their carbon footprint. Get a rebate up to $600 off qualifying high-efficiency natural gas appliances, smart thermostats, and weatherization upgrades. Together, we're fueling our energy future. Atmos Energy, your natural gas company.
Your home for the Bulldogs.
Touchdown, Mississippi State.
This is Mississippi State football from Learfield.
In sitcoms, when someone has a problem, they just blurt it out and move on.
Well, I lost my job and my parakeet is missing. How was your day?
But the real world is different. Managing life's challenges can be overwhelming. So, what do? We get support. The Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council have mental health resources available for you at loveyourmindtoday.org. That's loveyourmindtoday.org. See how much further you can go when you take care of your mental health.
Snakes, zombies, sharks, heights, speaking in public. The list of fears is endless. But while you're clutching your blanket in the dark, wondering if that sound in the hall was actually a footstep, the real danger is in your hand when you're behind the wheel. And while you might think a great white shark is scary, what's really terrifying and even deadly is distracted driving. Eyes forward, don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
.16 left in the first quarter. State leading Southern Miss 7-3. The Bulldogs in the midst of a 5-play drive that has covered 44 yards so far. They've gone that distance in just over a minute, trying to score their second touchdown, a touchdown and an interception on the first 2 drives for State today. Southern Miss has had a punt and a field goal on its first 2 possessions. What do you think Charles Huff wanted to talk about that timeout?
I think he wanted to give his defense a rest and talk about how important it is to not let State score a touchdown and go up 14-3 right here.
3 receivers in the set, 2 of those to the right. Shapen swings it left side. Evans makes the grab in the flat, catches a block from Jordan Mosley inside the 25, gets down to the 21, and flags come in at the end of the play. Ian Foster makes the tackle. Josh Moten saying this one's coming back as the Southern Miss defensive back thinks State may have held.
Yeah, it was one-on-one receiver blocking corner.
Holding. Offense number 4, 10-yard penalty. First down.
So they'll take a first down away.
Yeah, they got Mosley for holding. It was, a nice one-on-one battle out there. And I tell you one thing, even though it's a penalty coming back, here it'll be first and long. You see with Evans, he does not need much. He needs one little crease, and he can go. That was an impressive play. Good job by Shapen, too. He bobbled the snap, still got it out there, but penalty brings it all back.
Yeah, Cannon Boone is the new center for State this year. 1st and 14 after the penalty for the Bulldogs as they scrimmage at the Southern Miss 35. Swing pass, right flat, reeled in by Mosley. Tries to make one man miss. He'll get by the first, but not the second. Amir Foster there to make the one-on-one tackle for Southern Miss, as Jordan Mosley gets back to the 32-yard line after a pickup of 3.
Lots of sideline-to-sideline throws. There you go. Left sideline previous play. This time run the other way. State trying to wear that defense out, make them run early. Primarily a 4-man front for Southern Miss. Lots of 6 in the box.
Chapin takes the snap, swings it left flat for Anthony Edwards. Edwards makes one man miss, but not the second. He'll get dumped for no gain. Ian Foster, sure-handed, there to make the stop for Southern Miss. That's going to bring up 3rd down and 12.
Yeah, and the ball is at the 32 of Southern Miss, so you're in field goal range right now.
3 receivers left, a tight end and a receiver right. That leaves Chapin all alone in the backfield. Now Fluff Bothwell, the running back, will motion in from the left side. Chapin takes the snap as a flag flies. Throws over the middle, complete to Bothwell. Angling left 20, catches a block, gets to the 15, to the 10, down the sideline to the 5, and into the end zone. But again, there is a penalty marker back at the line of scrimmage.
Illegal formation. Offense, more than 4 in the backfield. 54 is not on the line of scrimmage. 3rd down.
So Blake Steen wasn't on the line, and State commits a second penalty. The first erased a first down. The second on this drive takes a touchdown off the board.
You know, we saw that a bunch last year. They start making an effort to call it. This time they get Steen, but, you know, he was lined up as closer to the line of scrimmage than the guys on the left side. You know, so maybe they just picked him out. They called it on Blake. Yeah, 3rd and long here.
Yeah, 3rd and 16. Line to gain is the USM 21. State leading 7-3 with 4:28 to play first quarter. A bunch formation off the right side of the line. Single receiver left. Chapin takes the snap. Steps up. Now the pocket collapses, and Chapin's going to be dropped for a yard loss. Sacked back at the 38-yard line by Josh Battle. And that'll bring up 4th down and 17.
So here comes Ferry. They're going to try a long one. Like I told you, he's hit some long ones in the preseason. Big, strong leg. And the ball is across the Southern Miss 40. Nose of it between the 37 and 36.
This is going to be a 55-yard field goal attempt. He hit one from 56 in a scrimmage at Davis Wade. Off the left hash, snap is back, hold is down, kick is away. It has the distance, and that one is good. Good from 55 yards. Kyle Ferry delivers in his first opportunity of the year, and State stretches the lead to 10-3 with 3:35 left in the first quarter.
Man. And when you have a guy that is consistently that good from long range, as Kyle has been preseason and then here, it changes, Neil, how you would approach that 3rd and long in your opponent's territory, right? And, so you might even take some chances in those situations. But just excellent job by the offense to, after the turnover and the 3 points off turnover, to put a drive together, get those points back, and go play defense.
Our field goal attempts this year are brought to you by Mississippi Blood Services. Remember, you can save up to 3 lives with 1 blood donation. Go to msblood.com to find a blood drive near you. When you give, people live with Mississippi Blood Services, the official blood services provider of Mississippi State Athletics. So State has scored on 2 of its first 3 possessions today to take a 10-3 lead with 3:35 left in the first. And now Marlon Hawk will kick from left to right. Southern Miss gets ready to get its hands on the ball for the 3rd time today. Ian Foster back there for the Eagles, along with Ole Miss transfer Micah Davis. Joined this team as a wide receiver in the offseason. Runs up to the football, and the right footer sends a line drive downfield, and this one's going to bounce 2 yards deep in the end zone for a touchback. Bring Jay Perry in on the State sideline, where, Jay, there are some extracurriculars at the end of this kickoff, and now the teams start to get together.
You know, that's exactly the type of thing that I would dare say, and I know him pretty well, that Charles Huff wants to see. I think he's actually probably okay with his guys. He is playing the little brother sort of narrative with his team in this state and things of that nature. Had a chance to visit with Huff. But real quick, back to Kyle Ferry. Good from 55 yards. Looked like it probably would have been good from about 57, 58 even, guys. And he is a guy that, as a true junior, has played a lot already, has gotten stronger. You can see physically he's stronger. And he's one of the more animated, fired-up kickers. Big time shot in the arm for the Dogs.
1st and 10, Southern Miss on the left hash at its own 25-yard line. They work out of the gun. Hand off to the running back straight ahead, and this is Robert Briggs Jr. First carry for him today. Not much, only 2 up to the 27-yard line, and that'll bring up 2nd down and 8. Southern Miss playing tempo here. They've got 2 receivers stacked on top of one another to either side. They swing it right flat. Carl Chester makes the grab, catches a block, gets up the sideline across the 30, and knocked out of bounds at the 31 by Brylan Lanier after a gain of 4.
3rd down, and Southern Miss so far in the game 1 out of 3 on 3rd down. State pretty sure tackling out on the edge. You know, Southern Miss has gotten some yards running between the tackles, but they have not stuck with it from a play calling standpoint.
3rd down and 4 for the Golden Eagles. They need to get the ball to the 35. Pittman back in at running back. They've got 3 receivers right at tight end left. Quarterback gets pressured. Braxton breaks contained. Now he runs outside the right hashes, gets across the 35 to the 36, and he picks up a 1st down for Southern Miss. He gets tackled after a pickup of 6 yards.
Smart play by him. We had pressure, and he goes and makes it with his legs.
Ran for over 600 yards last year at Marshall. Tied in a receiver right, 2 receivers left. Hand off Pittman. He gets stuck at the line. Buried by Will Whitson, transfer defensive end from Coastal Carolina. His first stop of the year goes for a loss of 1, 2nd and 11.
I tell you, man, Will is a super athletic 6'3", 295 over there on the edge.
Receivers are 2 by 2, stacked on top of one another on either sideline as Braxton gets a snap, throws complete to the tight end, Caden Morris, and Morris makes the grab and gets tackled at the 44-yard line by Brylan Lanier, picking up 10, leaving them 2 yards shy here on 3rd down of a 1st down. Line to gain is the 46. 1:40 left in the quarter. State leads 10-3. Morris, the tight end, flexed off to the right. 2 receivers right. A single receiver. That's Chester to the left. Braxton in the gun. Takes a high snap. Hands to Pittman. And Pittman's going to get hit at the 45. And maybe gets to the 46. Going to depend on the spot here.
Yeah, it'll all depend on where they put the nose of the football. Looks like maybe he has it.
Yeah, we're at an angle. Hard for me to tell if they've got it right on the 46. They're eyeballing it down there, and they say it's a 1st down.
Yeah. High snap. Yep. There. Braxton had to handle the high snap, still get the handoff.
Needed 2 and got 2. And Southern Miss moves the chains. First down of the drive for the Golden Eagles. 1 minute to play, 1st quarter, and State leads 10-3. 2 receivers each way for the Golden Eagles on the right hash at their own 46-yard line. Braylon Braxton looking to the sideline, wants to play again. They've got Robert Briggs back in at running back, standing to the quarterback's right. Briggs will take the handoff, running left, and Briggs gets bottled up, and there's nothing there. Stuff for no gain. Good pursuit by the Bulldogs. Neve Sanders, a transfer from Northern Illinois, leading the charge. His first stop of the year for the Bulldogs brings up 2nd and 10 for Southern Miss.
Yeah, and he's a guy who can really rush a passer off the edge, and there he is stopping the run, and you got to be able to do both. State's starting to breathe a little bit, breathe a little fire on that defensive front. We've seen tackle for loss and no gain and getting a better push.
Kyron Heath's back in at tight end for Southern Miss. He's on the left side of the line. 3 receivers, 2 of those right. Braxton takes the shotgun snap, throwing left, incomplete. Looking for Kyron Heath, and that one was busted up by Tanner Johnson, who got his left hand in there to knock it out of the breadbasket of the tight end. That'll bring up 3rd down and 10 for the Eagles with 8 seconds left in the quarter.
That's twice we've called Tanner Johnson's name at safety. Earlier coming up making a tackle, really nice play. And that, you can't do a better job of not defending, wrapping your arm around the back, getting the arm in front, though, to knock the ball away.
3 receivers set for Southern Miss. Chester, the single receiver left in motion to give him 3 receivers right side now. The running back is Matt Jones, one of 3 Ole Miss transfers on the offense for Southern Miss.
They've got to hurry.
They've got the play clock at 3. Braxton takes the snap, quick throw, right side, underneath, caught by Chester, breaks a tackle, and fights his way across the 50 down to the state 45, just shy of a first down. Tackled by Hunter Washington to bring the first quarter to an end. Southern Miss will be looking at 4th and 1 when we start quarter number 2, with State leading the game 10-3 here in Hattiesburg. This is Mississippi State football from Learfield.
All right. It's a beautiful day for football here at the stadium, and we're just about ready for kickoff. Score 0-0. And suddenly, I'm in the mood for a Coke Zero Sugar. Real Coke taste, 0 sugar. Now that's a winning combo. Yeah, crisp, refreshing. That hits the spot. When it comes to great taste, Coke Zero Sugar's always on the scoreboard. Coke Zero Sugar. Real Coke taste, 0 sugar.
This is professional ball player and former Mississippi State Bulldog, Jake Mangum. When you got everything on the line, you need a team behind you that's dedicated to getting the job done. That's why I love Farm Bureau. Their great rates are supported by a wonderful customer service team that stands by me through thick and thin. It's time to join Farm Bureau. Visit favrates.com for great rates on home and auto insurance. Or find a local agent at msfbins.com. Farm Bureau Insurance. Go with the home team.
Mississippi State football lives here. This is the Bulldogs Sports Network from Learfield.
My name is Ariel. I moved to the U.S. at 19. I spoke no English and I struggled finding job opportunities. Everything I have, I owe to the Adult Literacy Center and getting my high school diploma at age 22.
It was an honor helping you achieve your greatness. Now you're helping others achieve theirs. It inspires me.
When you graduate, they graduate. Find free and supportive adult education centers near you at finishyourdiploma.org. Brought to you by Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
Adoption of teens from foster care is a topic not enough people know about, and we're here to change that. I'm April Dinwiddie, host of the new podcast, Navigating Adoption, presented by Adopt US Kids. Each episode brings you compelling real-life adoption stories told by the families that live them with commentary from experts. Visit adoptuskids.org/podcast or subscribe to Navigating Adoption, presented by Adopt US Kids. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services Administration for Children and Families and the Ad Council.
Leads Southern Miss 10-3 as we get set to start the second quarter here at Hattiesburg. Bud Light, proud sponsor of Mississippi State Athletics. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Please enjoy responsibly and hail State. Jay Perry, a big conversation on that State sideline at the end of the first quarter about a big 4th and 1 play for State's defense. It's coming up. What you gleaned from it? Anything?
Yeah, look, and they said almost exactly what Matt Wyatt said in the break. They called it almost the exact same thing. It's a big swing play. It's a big momentum play. They, of course, expect Huff to go for it. He's a big go-for-it guy on 4th down. It's 4th and right at a yard, just a shade under a yard maybe, but right at a yard. Jeff Levy implored the defense. Cameron Hutzler implored the defense. They said, look, guys, we get the ball right here. We're going to go score. Give the offense the ball at midfield and let's go score. So a big-time swing play early in the game. You feel like it's just a 10-3 game, but you feel like that Mississippi State has sort of been able to do what we wanted to do. Offense has been really good, save the 1 interception. Defense has been really good. Matt pointed out Southern Miss is 3 of 6 on 3rd down, but you really feel like this is a huge momentum play early in the ball game.
It's been a 9-play drive for Southern Miss so far that's covered 30 yards over the last 3.5 minutes. Comes down to this, 4th down and a yard as the Eagles go left to right now in State territory, needing to get it inside the 44. They've got a tight end, that's Kyron Heath, and 2 receivers to the right, the short side of the field. A single receiver to the left.
State showing straight up man, no safeties, everybody in the box.
Pittman's a running back. Now the tight end Heath comes in, attaches to the right side of the line. Braxton will keep straight ahead, gets stood up at the 45, down to the 44. You think they're going to drive him back just short.
Wow.
The officials say he did not make it. And State's defense comes through with a 4th down stop. It's Kedrick Bingley Jones who comes through with a big stop on what the State bench called a swing play.
I mean, and it is a swing play. You stop them, now you're 1st and 10 out at the 45 almost. And look, that's a smart play call for Southern Miss. 230-pound quarterback who can run, and you run him on 4th and 1. But State stacked the box, Neil, and played man-to-man across the board. And you have the confidence to do that when guys have made plays like Brumfield and others, and Kelly Jones earlier in the game. You go straight up man, challenge them. They stuck with their run play, and now you make a big stop. Big confidence play for the defense.
We've called Kedrick Bingley Jones' name a couple of times already in the interior of that defensive line today, and that's a guy last year whose season got cut short because of injury. We don't really know what he can do. He's making a good showing so far today. 1st and 10 State after the turnover on downs. Bulldogs have it at their own 45-yard line, leading 10-3. A little flip ahead here from Chapin to Xavier Gayton, trying to get the corner right side, and X won't get there. Gets mowed down back at the 30 or the 41-yard line, a loss of 4. Corey Myrick got there for Southern Miss.
Southern Miss aggressive, man-to-man, playing close to the line of scrimmage, challenging you to see if you want to throw it up the field.
Shotgun set here. Chapin takes the snap. Drops it off in the left flat. Complete to Johnny Daniels. Daniels running left. Gets the corner at the 40 up to the 45. And Daniels gets knocked out of bounds at the 45 by Ian Foster after picking up 4. Actually going to give him 5 to make it 3rd down and 9.
See what you do here. You know, you're at the 45.
Chapin takes the snap. Runs off to the right, looking downfield. Nobody's open, and he's just going to have to throw this one away. So he throws it out of bounds, and that'll bring up 4th down and 9 for State at its own 45-yard line. Jason Seymour, the defensive coordinator at Southern Miss, known for pressure at Marshall a year ago. We're seeing some of it here on this drive for Southern Miss defense.
Well, they just went super aggressive, and because of that, we go with 3 throws, or 3 versions of throws, instead of running the ball up into their teeth there, and it's because of how they lined up pre-snap. So they're that's smart on their part. Make us put it in the air. It didn't work out. They get off the field, and our punter's out for the first time.
Yeah, here is Cameron Tice, an Australian, who comes on, takes the snap, and the right footer gets it out of there. High, wobbly spiral. Fair catch called for by Elijah Metcalf, and he'll run underneath it and make that fair catch at the Southern Miss 19-yard line. So State able to pin Southern Miss back inside of its own 20, and we've got a timeout with 13:57 left in this opening half. State leads Southern Miss 10-3 in the season opener. This is Mississippi State football from Learfield.
Bully, a most cantankerous canine, English by genetics, maroon by Starkville pride. You'll find him roving the campus and the nightmares of his foes. Ford also has a fan favorite, Ford F-Series, America's best-selling trucks 48 years straight. Drive F-150, official truck of the Bulldogs, only at your Mississippi Ford dealer, based on 1977 to 2024 total sales.
Hey, college football fans, I know you'd do anything for a win on game day and an ice-cold Bud Light. Because whether you're tailgating in the parking lot or parked on the couch, sitting on your lucky stool at the bar, or standing in the fan section all game long, the clean, crisp taste of Bud Light turns a win into a win-win. And there's nothing easier to enjoy than that. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Ringing those cowbells after every touchdown. You're listening to Mississippi State football from Learfield.
My mom has taken up going to the park to practice yoga. My dad's going to a club, but not a book club, a salsa club.
Finding new hobbies comes with age.
My mom has started getting lost and not knowing where she's going.
Becoming lost or disoriented doesn't. Confusion with time or place may be a sign of Alzheimer's. An early diagnosis can help improve the quality of life for your loved one. Learn the warning signs of Alzheimer's at 10signs.org. Brought to you by the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Man, I love my kids so much. I once sat for 3 hours in the cold rain to watch our soccer team lose by 18 goals.
I love my kids so much, I once used a tube to suck snot out of her stuffed nose at 3 a.m.
You win.
Love your kids? Love them enough to make sure they're in the right car seat. From toddlers to tweens, visit nhtsa.gov/the right seat to find the right seat for their age and size. Keep them safe. Visit nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
.57 left until the half. State leading Southern Miss 10-3 here in Hattiesburg in the season opener. Quick look at some numbers for just over a quarter in this one. State's outgained Southern Miss 134-61, 82 through the air for State, 52 on the ground, 34 for Southern Miss through the air, 27 on the ground. 6 first downs for the Bulldogs, 4 for the Golden Eagles. On third down, both teams been really good. 4 for 6 for State, 3 for 6 for Southern Miss so far. Southern Miss has it back after just a 57-second drive for State. They got them to go 3 and out. And the Eagles have it at their own 19, 1st and 10, trailing by 7. Braxton on a design run, takes it, runs behind the right side of his line, gets across the 20, up to the 23-yard line, picks up 4 yards before he's tackled by Diego Brumfield. Second down.
Silla, the big end edge from A&M in on it as well.
Southern Miss will send 3 receivers left this time. Braylon Braxton takes the snap. Again with his legs up the middle between the hashes across the 25 up to the 30-yard line. Picks up 7 more here to move the sticks for a Southern Miss first down. They're at the line and ready to go after picking up 11 yards in their first 2 plays this drive. Braylon Braxton pressured, hit and sacked. Dropped at the 26-yard line. Whitson got pressure for Mississippi State, doing what they brought him here to do early, creating some havoc along that defensive line.
Yeah, and the first guy back there was DJ Reed off the edge. It forced him up into Whitson. So that's 42 and 43. Just pinch. Meet at the quarterback. Excellent play. 2nd and long coming up.
Loss of 4. 2nd down and 14. Receivers 2 by 2 for the Golden Eagles. Braylon Braxton takes the snap, throws it over the middle to his running back, Matt Jones, who had to catch it with his left hand and pull it in. Gets to the 31, spun down there by Malik Silla, but he picks up 5. And that'll bring up 3rd down and 9 for Southern Miss with 12:25 to go on this ticking second quarter clock.
Another good pass rush there from DJ Reed, wearing number 42, the transfer from Auburn. Just a young guy, but pushing the tackle back into the quarterback, making it an iffy throw right there.
Whitson is checked down on that D-line for State. Deontay Anderson has come in to replace him up there. Braylon Braxton takes a snap, throws down the middle. He's got his tight end. It's pulled in by Caden Morris in State territory inside the Bulldog 45, and he falls down at the 41-yard line at the feet of Brylan Lanier. But it's a big gain of 29 yards and a first down for the Eagles. They go quickly. Braylon Braxton takes the snap, swings it into the left flat to Carl Chester, who makes the catch and gets pushed out of bounds at the 38-yard line by Kelly Jones after he picks up 3. 2nd down and 7.
Well, that was just a nice read, and there was pressure. DJ Reed, again, was getting pressure on the quarterback when he saw the tight end, stepped into that pressure and delivered a throw up the field, and we've seen that from Braxton. He's just a really good player. That was all quarterback right there making that happen.
Pittman back in at running back, standing to the left of Braylon Braxton. Tight end and 2 receivers right, single receiver left for Southern Miss. And they'll throw it to Metcalf, complete, and gets run into by Heath, who knocks him forward for a first down. Also knocked him off his sticks at the 26-yard line. But Southern Miss moves the chains again after a pickup of 12. 1st and 10 for the Eagles, trying to tie the game down 10-3 with 10:49 to play until halftime. Handoff Pittman, breaks a tackle in the backfield, now just trying to get back to the line, and he might get a half yard as he dives close to the 25-yard line. That's it. Bingley Jones in there again for Mississippi State, Travion Williams, 23, not 22, got in there to make the stop for the Bulldogs.
State has done a pretty good job so far today against the run. Southern Miss averaging right at 2 yards a carry. So their yards have come in the air in chunks on just a few plays from the right arm of Braylon Braxton throwing a football. State primarily with a 3-man front the entire ball game.
9th play of the drive coming up here for Southern Miss. A drive that's covered 56 yards in just over 3 minutes. 2nd and 9. Ball in the middle of the field at the State 25. Braylon Braxton, play action, throwing, left side. That ball is caught inside the 5-yard line. Reeled in by Carl Chester, knocked out of bounds by Kelly Jones down at the 3, and Southern Miss has got first and goal after a gain of 22.
What a catch. I mean, this kid is good coverage, and he caught it over the head and arm of our corner.
They need a touchdown, an extra point to tie. Braxton, a sidearm throw, right side of the end zone, and a little miscommunication. Metcalf was in the neighborhood, so was Micah Davis, but the ball went in between them, and it's incomplete.
Little goal line situation for you here defensively. And because we've stopped the run so well, they're throwing it. You know, ball's at the 3, and they're throwing the football on first down.
Micah Davis is the widest man to the right here, one of 3 to the right, along with Kyron Heath, the tight end. Single receiver left. Braxton takes the snap, running left, tries to flip it forward, and that one almost landed in the hands of Kelly Jones, who was trying to pull it in before he went out of bounds at the 1. An incomplete pass brings up third and goal from the 3.
Yeah, so play action, sprinting him to the left, hoping really that he can run it in, but excellent pursuit. States in man-to-man down here on the goal line. Strung it out, force a third down.
Chester in the slot left. A bunch formation off the right side of the line. Braxton is all alone in a shotgun backfield here on third and goal from the 3. Pittman, the running back, goes in motion from the left side all the way out to the right. Braxton throws, batted up in the air, and caught off the deflection for a Southern Miss touchdown.
Wow, and a state defender jumped the pass, had a chance to catch it and pick it off, and if he catches it, it's a pick 6 the other way. Didn't catch it, tipped it in the air, and it fell down into the arms of the receiver on the goal line.
Now, State had people in position. Hunter Washington got his hands on it, and it was caught off the deflection by Micah Davis. So Southern Miss a point away from tying the game with 9:32 left after a 12-play touchdown drive that has covered 81 yards.
And that was a heck of a drive by their quarterback, too, because they're not getting anything on the ground. He did it all in the air while getting pressured as well.
Here is Reed Harradine to try and add the tying extra point. Snap is back, hold is down, the kick is away, and it is good. So with 9:32 left, Southern Miss, after getting a 3 and out from the State offense, puts together a 12-play, 81-yard scoring drive that takes 4 minutes and 25 seconds. Braylon Braxton to Micah Davis off a deflection, and we are tied at 10 apiece here in Hattiesburg. The Ford F-150 is proud to be the official truck of Mississippi State Athletics. Stay tuned for the Mississippi Ford Dealers Halftime Show. Jeff Marson will have stats, scores around the league, and more from the Learfield Studios. Well, you thought you could be in a fight down here. You and I talked about it earlier, Matt. You're coming into a hornet's nest here. Super Bowl-type atmosphere for Southern Miss, getting a big SEC team, one in their own state to come play here, and State's right in the middle of a fight here before halftime.
Absolutely. Well, and one big drive. You know, when you have a turnover, a 3 and out offensively, you're kind of giving up momentum in different spots. And you really got to credit their team, too, as well. You know, we go out, we get a stop on 4th down. It seems you have all the momentum. They responded, get a 3 and out. That 3rd and long play.
Which one? They had 2. So they had the 3rd and 9 at their own 31. Yeah,
they're throwing to the tight end up there up the middle. And that's one where you go back to that play. To me, there's pressure on the QB. He steps in, reads it, makes the throw, and then here they go. So you got to credit play calling. They responded to coaching, and we talked about this before the game too, Neil. You got to learn how to win, and this is one of those where State's got to go out and learn it on the fly.
Timeout on the field, 9:32 left in the half. State 10, Southern Miss 10. This is Mississippi State football from Learfield.
It's 6:30 and the branch is closed.
Yep.
And you couldn't find your debit card.
Nope.
But you're going to get cash.
Yep. Cadence Bank Live Teller has extended hours, and I can get cash from my account with my driver's license.
My bank can't do that.
Nope.
With over 300 live teller locations with extended hours, there's opportunity here. Find a live teller near you at cadencebank.com/live teller. Equal opportunity lender, member FDIC.
Bulldog fans, this is head coach Jeff Levy. For over 30 years, Columbus Orthopedics has been the trusted team physicians, ensuring our athletes perform at the top of their game. Whether you're an athlete striving for victory or someone seeking relief from pain, if you want to recover like a Bulldog, visit Columbus Orthopedics. Experience the difference trusted expertise makes and trust one place, Columbus Ortho. Visit columbusortho.com and discover why they're the leading orthopedic clinic in Mississippi.
Your home for the Bulldogs.
Touchdown, Mississippi State.
This is Mississippi State football from Learfield.
Hear that? That's the sound of your life. Perfectly imperfect. Beating in rhythm to the world you've created. But every time you drive after drinking, the music gets drowned out. Your life sounds pretty great. Don't let a buzz ruin it. Buzz driving is drunk driving. Don't drive buzzed. A message from NCAAAF and the Ad Council.
When you're high, you feel different. You think different, you talk different, you draw different, you listen to music different, but you probably knew that. Problem is, you also drive different, and not in a good way. That's why driving high is illegal everywhere. So if you're high, just don't drive. Make a plan to get a sober ride. Because if you feel different, you drive different. Brought to you by NCAAAF and the Ad Council.
Left in the first half. State and Southern Miss are tied at 10. Reed Harradine has booted the ball through the end zone for Southern Miss. So State gets the ball back here. First and 10 at its own 25. Bulldogs went 3 and out in less than a minute the last time they had the ball. And then Southern Miss put together a long drive to tie the game that included 2 pass plays of 20-plus yards. 2 receivers each way for the Bulldogs here on first and 10 with the ball in the middle of the field. Booth, the running back, right of Blake Shapen. Hands it off to Booth. Straight ahead. Finds a little seam and pushes his way across the 25 all the way up to the 29-yard line. Tackled by Brodarius Lewis and Michael Montgomery, who came over from Portland State for Southern Miss. Gain of 4 brings up second down and 6. State at the line and ready to go. Shapen. Play action. Throws complete to Traore, who makes the catch at the 35-yard line and gets shoved back there. He's going to be inches shy, it looks like, of a first down. They'll spot the ball just shy of the 35-yard line. Anthony Richard shoved him back and stopped his forward progress.
Warning. Southern Mississippi. This is the only warning of the game.
So both sidelines have been warned. Folks spilling out. The sidelines aren't very big here. You're kind of right on top of the field.
Not a lot of room.
Third down, less than a yard for State. The ball just shy of the Mississippi State 35-yard line. They're going to add 10 seconds back to the game clock that currently shows 8:47.
Thank you.
State looking for its first down on this drive. Looking for a go-ahead score in a 10-10 game. Traore, the tight end in motion, left to right, handoff Booth, straight ahead, hit as he gets to the hole, and he's knocked down by Michael Montgomery. Stuffed for a half-yard loss to bring up 4th and 1.
Man, he just shot the gap, too. You're on that right side of your offensive line. Between guard and tackle, you're engaging 2 on the front, and he just shoots through there. They bypass him to the next level. And, big stop. You only needed an inch or 2, and they get the stop. Now you're punting it away again.
So now it's Ethan Pulliam to come on to punt for the first time after Nathan Tice handled the first punt today for State. Pulliam gets a spiral out of there. A fair catch asked for and made at the Southern Miss 30-yard line by Elijah Metcalf. And Southern Miss has got it back with a chance to try and take the lead with 8:12 left in the half. A 10-10 game here in Hattiesburg. This is Mississippi State football from Learfield.
Hey, Bulldog fans. Got a house hotter than a Mississippi summer or pipes colder than your team's rival? It's time to call Air South Cooling, Heating, Plumbing, and Electrical. Whether it's cooling you down, heating you up, fixing those leaky pipes, or keeping your lights on, Air South's got your back. We're the champions of home comfort, just like your Bulldogs on the field. Call Air South Cooling, Heating, Plumbing, and Electrical today, where your home is our home field. Call Air South now at 662-304-8412. Air South, we care more.
You probably only think about insurance when you need it, but at Higginbotham, we have local insurance specialists from coast to coast thinking about your risk and how to cover them year-round. We start with listening and end with a custom solution that fits your needs and budget. Whether it's for your home, car, family, business, or employees, Higginbotham protects what matters most to you. Higginbotham makes insurance policies personal.
Mississippi State football lives here. This is the Bulldogs Sports Network from Learfield.
I'm Chris Jakovic. I served in the United States Air Force and I deployed 3 times. Being a veteran, it's interwoven into your DNA. It is really the absence of the connection and the purpose that can really drive a lot of veterans to some negative thoughts. For those who are in a suicidal crisis, the window of time to save somebody's life is very short. Our duty is to protect ourselves and protect our families. And one way you can do that is store your weapons safely. Store all your guns securely. Help stop suicide.
Brought to you by End Family Fire and the Ad Council.
This message is for Karina, our mom who finished her high school diploma at age 28. Hi, Mom. It's Emmettith and Nicholas.
Congratulations on getting your diploma.
You worked so hard and have taught us so much. We love you.
When you graduate, they graduate. Finish your high school diploma for you and for them. Visit finishyourdiploma.org to find free and supportive adult education centers near you. Brought to you by the Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
To play in this first half. It is a 10-10 game between Mississippi State and Southern Miss. Stations, we owe you a station ID. We'll pause belatedly here. 10 seconds for station identification. 10 seconds for a station ID. This is Bulldogs football. With Matt Wyatt and Jay Perry, I'm Neil Price. It's a 10-10 game between State and Southern Miss here at M.M. Roberts Stadium in Hattiesburg. Glad to have you with us today. Southern Miss has the ball 1st and 10 at its own 31-yard line as the Golden Eagles go back to work. Braylon Brax now the shotgun. Throws underneath, complete to the tight end, Kyron Heath, who makes the grab along the left sideline at the 35 and gets knocked out of bounds there by Brylan Lanier after he picks up 4 yards to bring up 2nd down and 6.
Little misdirection, play fake, bootleg off of it. So we've done a really good job in run pursuit. So it kind of gets your defense going one way and then boot and go back the other. Nice little easy throw. So now it's 2nd and a long 5 coming up.
Metcalf, the tight end, Morris and Brown, the 2 receivers right, a single receiver left for Southern Miss. Morris in motion as the tight end sets up offset on the left side of the line. Play action. Throw over the middle. Almost intercepted. Knocked down by Diego Brumfield. It went right through the hands of Zachary Tillman, who had a beat on it. And it's incomplete at the 41-yard line to bring up 3rd down and 6 for Southern Miss.
So Southern Miss is 5 of 8 today on 3rd down. That's really the biggest negative for your defense is 3rd down defense not been good.
Got to watch Braxton's ability to run here, too.
Sure. We've had a couple times you get pressure and then flush him, and he goes and makes a 1st down.
Matt Jones is the running back to his right. Play clock is down to 5. Southern's got 2 timeouts. It's down to 3, 2, 1, and they're going to have to use a timeout to avoid a delay of game. So Southern Miss will take its 2nd timeout of the half with 7:30 left in the 2nd quarter. And this game tied at 10. Mississippi Baptist Medical Center was selected as the #1 hospital in Mississippi and the #1 hospital in the Jackson, Mississippi region by U.S. News and World Report for the 7th year in a row. For more information, visit baptistonline.org/MBMC. Another big play, though, here for State's defense. They need to get off the field. They've not had much of a break after 2 short drives by the offense last 2 times State has had the football today.
That's right. That's right. So they've mostly converted those third downs throwing the football. And I think the other 2, you got 3 completions for first downs on third down. The other 2, I think, were quarterback runs. And so you and I kind of circled it. That's what they've done successfully on third down so far.
Braylon Braxton in the gun with 2 receivers each way. Running back to his right is Matt Jones. Out of a timeout, a 3rd down and 6 play with Southern Miss scrimmaging from its own 36-yard line. Ball on the right hash, State with a 3-man front. Braxton takes the snap. He'll run straight ahead. He's got the first down. Snaps an arm tackle at the 40 across the 45 and drives 2 Bulldogs up to the 48-yard line. Tough running by the USM quarterback as he picks up 13 and a first down for Southern Miss.
So that's their longest rush of the day. Previous was a 7-yarder by the quarterback.
They're at the line and ready to go. Braxton loading up. Now he has to dump it off in the right flat, and it's caught along the sideline by Matt Jones. Dances up that sideline and gets knocked out of bounds after a short pickup to the 50 by Aushawn Shepard on the defensive line for Mississippi State. Gain of 2, 2nd down and 8.
Yeah, so far, Braylon Braxton is really showing why all the hype. He's a bit of a one-man show.
14 of 20 passing so far for 114 and a touchdown. He's got 27 yards rushing. Hands it off here. Matt Jones straight ahead. He gets slammed down as he gets back to the 50, and that's it. Isaac Smith comes up for Mississippi State from safety. Nick Mitchell from linebacker.
When you see that, they are in 4-down territory at midfield. They know it. They're telegraphing that, and that was to set up a shot off play action.
They gave him a yard, so 3rd and 7. They spotted the ball at the State 49. Braxton takes a snap.
There it is.
Throwing deep down the left sideline. Incomplete. Kelly Jones again, one-on-one, got inside position on Carl Chester on that left sideline and knocks it down at the 20. And that'll bring up 4th and 7, and it looks like the punt team will come on for the Golden Eagles with 6:08 left in the half.
Well, that's another good job in man-to-man, Jay, up that sideline by Kelly Jones, and even the pass that he gave up earlier, he was in perfect position. It was just a great catch.
You know, one of the most athletic players on this entire team, offense or defense, Kelly Jones. You heard a lot of people say, will the light come on? It did.
Southern Miss gets a punt away, and they'll angle this one out to the left, gets inside the 10, bounces at the 6, takes a big hop into the end zone, and State will get it at the 20 after a touchback.
That's a good job there by the punt returner Evans to kind of fool everybody to thinking that the ball's going up the other hash, to get them away from it, let it bounce inside the 5 and get much better field position. Offense has got to do something. You've had some poor possessions here lately, a couple of 3-and-outs, a lot of soft play by your offensive front. You know, the only positive runs you've had have been zone stuff just right up behind the center, and way too much penetration, way too often out there on the wings of that offensive line.
State scored on 2 of its first 3 possessions today. A touchdown on its opening drive, a field goal on its 3rd drive of the day, but since back-to-back punts, back-to-back 3-and-outs where they barely had the ball 3 minutes. So they needed nothing else to put a drive together to give that defense a break.
That's right.
Ball comes out to the 25, not the 20 on the punt, excuse me. 1st and 10 for Mississippi State. Out of the shotgun, handoff, Fluff Bothwell. Around right side with room, gets across the 30, angling toward that sideline, and gets knocked down just shy of a first down at the 38-yard line by Josh Moten.
Good run, excellent block on the right edge by Steen, the transfer offensive tackle.
I said the 38, I meant the 34. Excuse me, he's a yard shy. 2nd and 9. They give it to him again. Bothwell straight ahead, and I don't think he got there.
Yeah, and the reason is, you know, the edge is there, but the reason is you're getting knocked back in the middle right there. There's an example of a 2nd and short where their defensive tackle gets leverage underneath center and guard, knocks the center and the left guard back into the running back, and another 3rd and short coming up.
The 3rd and a yard for State here. 5:09 and counting in the 2nd quarter. The game's tied at 10. State will send Traore out to the right by himself. Single receiver left is Brennan Thompson out of the gun. Camario Taylor checks in. He will keep. He will run behind Bothwell. The lead blocker behind right tackle gets across the 35, and Camario Taylor moves the sticks as he gets it to the 37-yard line. A bank first down on the first carry for the young man from Noxubee County. Now Chapin back in at quarterback. He's got a tight end and a receiver left, two receivers right. Play action. Throws over the middle. That one's complete. Pulled in by Anthony Evans at the 50-yard line. Turns down between the hashes inside the Southern Miss 45 and gets tackled at the 44 by linebacker Chris Jones after a pickup of 19 and a bank first down. State going quickly. Chapin fires right side, complete. Brennan Thompson reels it in along the numbers inside the 40 and gets tackled right where he caught it at the 37-yard line by Brendan Tolles. Pickup of 7, 2nd and 3. Chapin takes the snap, swings it right flat. Flags come in as he throws complete to Booth. Booth down the right side picks up the first down as he gets inside the 35 down to the 34, but a hold may have helped the Bulldogs.
Offense number 54.
And that is the call. Blake Steen gets called for holding on the right side of that offensive line.
Yeah. Jay, I'm not so sure that we're trying to go fast, and I don't think Steen started when the ball was snapped. I don't think he was aware the ball was snapped. The defender saw it and just came off the ball, and it's either hold him or get your quarterback hit.
Yeah, it definitely looked like he was a half step late getting going, and from there, everything was behind.
That's it.
So it moves the ball back to the 47-yard line. 2nd down and 13 for State. 3 receivers set. Chapin takes a shotgun snap. Play action throws. Incomplete. Yep. And a flag comes in late.
Yeah,
he was looking for Marcus Allen, the transfer from Eastern Michigan, and it looked like Marcus got held as he tried to slant in from the right side.
Yeah, the defender's right there, but you can see he hooked him like he's...
Defense, number 1. The ball was placed at the stop of the foul. First down.
He hooked him around the waist and then got his arm in front, and that's why that back judge back there had a good view of it. Good call.
So a spot foul moves it to the 37 of Southern Miss. 1st and 10, Mississippi State. A bank first down. Josh Moten gets the flag for PI. 2 receivers right, a tight end, a receiver left. Out of the gun, handoff Booth, running right, nothing there.
Okay, and that's one where they are sending the corner off the edge because you don't have a receiver over there without believing that the quarterback may keep the ball and run.
So to add insult to injury, it's a negative play, but Jimothy Lewis on the right side of that offensive line was lined up in the backfield. So State gets flagged for illegal formation. Southern Miss is going to decline the penalty, take the play, a 1-yard loss, back to the 38-yard line. And it's 2nd down and 11 for the Bulldogs with 3:15 left in the half, trying to break a 10-10 tie. Tight end, 2 receivers left, single receiver right. Chapin takes a shotgun snap, fires right side, complete to Brennan Thompson along the numbers, dancing at the 30, and tackled right there by Josh Moten. And now a flag comes in after as Moten and Thompson get tangled up. And now Jeff Levy not happy, thinking that Moten maybe was acting a little out there to draw that flag. Jay, you get a look at it?
On Brennan Thompson, I'm almost positive, but now you see Moten is upset. He's standing near the huddle. Initially, you saw that they got tangled up as Brennan Thompson was on the turf. Yeah, I thought the call was going to be clearly against Brennan Thompson, but now you see Moten sort of pleading his case as the officials are discussing. James Carter has the crew in there.
I mean, Jeff Levy sprinted up toward James Carter. Here's the call.
Personal foul. Unnecessary roughness against the offense. Personal foul, unnecessary roughness against the defense. Those penalties offset. 2nd down.
All right, so offsetting penalties bring up 2nd down. should be third down because they happen after the second down play,
yeah,
right?
That's right.
Yeah,
it should be third down. Here's why this third down is so important. There's 3 minutes left in the half in a tie game, and they won the toss, and they're going to get it to start the second half. If you're State, you've got to stay on the field right here and go score and eat up the rest of this half.
Play made 8 yards. 3rd and 3 for State from the 30. Chapin hands it off Bothwell. Straight ahead, nothing there. Breaks it out right side. Gets the first down as he takes it outside the numbers to the 25. Down to the 20-yard line and chased out of bounds there by Josh Battle. Fluff Bothwell runs for 10, and it's a bank first down for the Bulldogs at the USM 20. State in the Case IH red zone for the first time today. Out of the gun, Chapin hands off Bothwell straight ahead, wrapped up as he took that handoff, I think by Mason Clinton, 95 there in the center of the line, and gets stopped for no gain. So that'll bring up 2nd and 10 at the 20.
And Southern Miss only has 1 timeout left. We're at 2:15 and ticking, 2nd and 10, State in plus territory.
2 receivers left. Cam Ball in it tight end on the right side of the line. Movement along the line, and now the play is blown dead.
So they shifted on their front. Blake Steen then moved inside. They didn't go in the neutral zone, so they're calling false start on Blake. We've been really sloppy in this first half offensively.
Offside. Defense, number 95. In the neutral zone.
So he did.
I was going to say, I disagree with you. I thought he leaned over into the neutral zone, and when Steen saw him, he stuck his hand out trying to get the flag. That's what it looked like to me through the specs.
That's great. So, glad he was in that neutral zone. +5 now. 2nd and a long 6. 2:01, 2, and now they're going to start it, or are we going to get a timeout?
2-minute timeout.
This is the 2-minute timeout.
So, the 2-minute warning. With 2 minutes to play in the half, State 10, USM 10. This is Mississippi State football from Learfield.
Jan from Toyota here with live coverage of end of summer fun at Toyota's national sales event with my special guest, Eli Manning.
Thanks, Jan. Let's get into it.
Down by the lake for some fishing, we've got Eric in his Tundra. He throws his line, and he's going long.
Heck of a team effort there. That Tundra got him exactly where he needed to be.
There's excitement in the stadium parking lot with the Davis family tailgating in their new Sequoia.
All eyes are on Dad manning the grill. He grabs some buns from the cargo area of the Sequoia and flips. And look at that. What a way to close this one out.
Sure was, Eli. Until next time, go Toyota.
See your participating Toyota dealer for details. Dealer inventory may vary. Event ends September 2nd. Toyota, let's go places. Right now, qualified buyers can get 1.99% APR financing for 72 months on a rugged new 2025 Tundra. See Toyota.com for offer details. Offer available in select states.
Ringing those cowbells after every touchdown. You're listening to Mississippi State football from Learfield.
You said you'd never buy your kid candy from the checkout aisle. Or forget extra diapers. You'd never lick your thumb to clean their face. Never, ever become a minivan mom. So when you say you'd never leave your child in a hot car, no, it can happen. Cars get hot fast, and kids can be at risk in temperatures as low as 60 degrees Fahrenheit. Never happens. Before you leave the car, always stop, look, lock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
We asked parents who adopted teens to share their journey.
We just kind of knew from the beginning that we were family.
They showcased a sense of love that I never had before. I mean, he's not only my parent, he's like my best friend.
At the end of the day, it's all been worth it. I wouldn't change a thing about our lives.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. Brought to you by Adopt U.S. Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Big drive here for the Bulldogs. State has gone 10 plays, 54 yards in 3.5 minutes. And with 2 minutes left, they find themselves in the Case IH red zone at the Southern Miss 16-yard line, looking at a 2nd and 6. trying to punch one in to break a 10-10 tie. And also, Matt, trying to bleed this clock to keep the ball away from Southern Miss and take away an opportunity for the Eagles to go 2 for 1.
That's right. They're going to get it to start the third quarter. 2 minutes left, and they only have 1 timeout. So if you can get the clock moving somehow, you got to have a successful play somehow, some way. The surefire bet to move the clocks, hand it off here on second down, and then let them decide if they want to use a timeout now or just let the clock go.
Thompson and Traore are wide to the right. Evans is in the slot left, and Jordan Mosley is wide left for State here. Booth will be the running back, right of Blake Shapen. On 2nd and 6, line to gain is the Southern Miss 10-yard line for a new set of downs. 10-10 game. Evans in motion out of the slot, left to right. Shapen takes the snap, hands off. Booth gets a corner left side, gets to the 10, has the first down, and dives down close to the 5-yard line. Anthony Richard wraps him up. They'll spot him at the 6, but Devon Booth with a bank first down after a pickup of 10. It is 1st and goal State at the 6-yard line. Bulldogs driving right to left, movement everywhere on the right side of that line before Blake Shapen ever got the snap. Flags come flying in. The Bulldogs may have cost themselves 5 yards.
Sloppy.
Well, State's holding its ground. Let's see.
Somebody bark out the signal? Or, clap their hands? Or I didn't see one of their front guys move. They're looking to our sideline.
Here's James Carter.
False start. Offense. The entire offensive line. It's a 5-yard penalty. This also includes a 10-second runoff.
Okay, so that's going to take the clock from 1:35 down to 1:25.
Please reset the game clock to 1:25. 1:25 on the game clock.
So a 5-yard penalty moves it back outside the 10 to the 11. It is still 1st and goal.
Yeah, that doesn't really hurt you that bad, honestly.
Booth, the running back, right of Shapen, ball on the left hash, tight end right, 2 receivers right. Shapen, play action, looking left, now flush, now dives, and he'll get 1 to the 10. That's it. He did a nice job just to avoid a sack there. Chris Jones got the pressure and the tackle for Southern Miss. 2nd and goal coming up from the 10.
Clock's running. Now we're under a minute.
State has all 3 timeouts. Tight end and a receiver tight to the left. Now the running back Booth motions out to give him 3 receivers right. Pass into the left flat, caught by Seydou Traore. And Traore gets shoved out of bounds down at the 6-yard line after he picks up 4. That's going to bring up 3rd and goal for Mississippi State with 46 seconds left. And after Traore got shoved out, the clock won't start again until the snap. Thompson, single receiver right. 2 receivers left for the Bulldogs. Mouthwell in at running back. Shapen takes the snap, rolling right, throws for Thompson at the pylon, makes the grab, but he had to come out of the end zone to get it, catches it at the 1, and falls down there to bring up 4th and goal from the 1.
Yeah, and here comes Camario Taylor into the ball game, who ran for a first down earlier on a short yardage situation.
Clock continues to run. State's not going to stop it. Inside 20 seconds now. We come down to the end of the first half in a 10-10 game. Taylor and Mouthwell in the backfield. Receiver to either side. There are 2 tight ends in the game, 1 on either side of the line. And now a timeout has been taken with 10 seconds left in the half. Southern Miss will use its last one here to talk about how to defend this. I like what Jeff Levy's thinking, though. Camario Taylor's been in once already today, ran for a first down on his first carry as a Bulldog earlier, and now you put him down there and you force the defense to think about all the different things this guy can do.
Yeah, and look at how Jeff Levy played it right there. Jay, I think lining up, looking at what the defense does, getting it to 10 seconds and then calling a timeout is very intentional, that whole sequence right there.
Yeah, I don't think there's any question. And back to the point you guys both made, I love the Camario Taylor package. We've talked about it in the offseason. Would we see a Camario Taylor package package? Would we see something in the goal line? And the answer obviously is yes. We've seen it once already. I love the timeout right there. I love what Jeff Levy's thinking. You want to get it in the end zone. Let's see what happens.
All right, so Southern Miss is out of timeouts here. State still has 3, only 10 seconds left. It is 4th and goal from just outside the 1-yard line. 15th play of the drive. Camario Taylor, the quarterback. Bothwell to his left. 2 tight ends left. Taylor takes it, runs around left end to the 1, into the end zone. Super Camario with his first touchdown for Mississippi State. There is a penalty marker down, and this one's going to be taken off the board. Another penalty on this State offensive line. It has had its share in this first half.
Sure has. I mean, I think that has been the story of the stagnation of your offense in the first half. The story has been costly penalties. You know, they all are, but especially at, some of the worst times.
So now instead of a touchdown, penalty takes that off the board, and now State's going to bring the field goal team on, and Kyle Ferry, who's connected from 55 already today, will attempt one from 30 off the right hash. Snap is back, hold is down, the kick is away, and Kyle Ferry is on target. Another 3 points for the Bulldogs. Our field goal attempts brought to you by Mississippi Blood Services. Remember, you can save up to 3 lives with 1 blood donation. Go to msblood.com to find a blood drive near you. When you give, people live with Mississippi Blood Services, the official blood services provider of Mississippi State Athletics. 3 seconds left in the half. Kyle Ferry's second field goal of the game has given State a 13-10 lead over Southern Miss and caps a 15-play, 63-yard drive that takes nearly 6 minutes. Blake Steen was shaken up on that special teams play. He has shed his helmet and is making his way to the sideline with help from the Mississippi State medical staff.
Yeah, you hate to see that. Steen, your starting right tackle, he's been pretty good. He's been really good in the preseason.
Number 13 is
transfer in here from Virginia.
13 is now 69. Number 6 is now 68.
At any rate, you'd love to have a touchdown, but that was an excellent job by the offense. Everything they wanted to do other than the touchdown, use up what's remaining of the half minus this 3 seconds we've got coming up. Get it down there, retake the lead going into halftime. They've done that with that field goal before, you go to halftime and come out and play defense to start the third quarter.
Neither team has had a chance to return a kick in this first half. Marlon Hawk trying to keep it that way as he sends a line drive downfield, and this one is going to bounce it to 2 and into the end zone for a touchback. I mean, he kicked it right along that sideline, and he's able to get that one in to send the ball out to the 25 for a touchback with 3 seconds left. No timeouts for Southern Miss. Let's see if they just take a knee here, getting the ball back to start the third quarter, if they'll try to run a play. Looks like they're going to be content to take a knee. Braylon Braxton will line up under center. He's got a safety, Carl Chester, receiver back behind him about 10 yards off the line. Takes the snap, takes the knee, and that's how the first half is going to end. We thought it'd be a battle, and it has been through 2 quarters. Mississippi State with a 13-10 lead over Southern Miss here in Hattiesburg at halftime of Game 1 of the 2025 season. The Mississippi-based company Eat With Us started in 1980 and has grown into 4 unique local concepts that have been MSU athletic supporters since the beginning. Visit Harvey's, The Grill, Sweet Pepper's Deli, or Bulldog Burger and eat with us. The Mississippi Ford Dealers halftime show is coming up next. At the break, State 13, Southern Miss 10. This is Mississippi State football from Learfield.
Hey, college football fans, I know you'd do anything for a win on game day and an ice-cold Bud Light. Because whether you're tailgating in the parking lot or parked on the couch, sitting on your lucky stool at the bar, or standing in the fan section all game long, the clean, crisp taste of Bud Light turns a win into a win-win. And there's nothing easier to enjoy than that. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
All right. right, it's a beautiful day for football here at the stadium, and we're just about ready for kickoff. Score 0-0. And suddenly, I'm in the mood for a Coke Zero Sugar. Real Coke taste, zero sugar. Now that's a winning combo. Yeah, crisp, refreshing, that hits the spot. When it comes to great taste, Coke Zero Sugar's always on the scoreboard. Coke Zero Sugar. Real Coke taste, zero sugar.
Your home for the Bulldogs.
Touchdown, Mississippi State.
This is Mississippi State football from Learfield.
My mom has decided to learn to paint, and she's good.
My dad's now into creative cuisine, and I've already put on 6 pounds.
Learning new things comes with age.
My mom, she started forgetting my name and what we're talking about.
Forgetting well-known things doesn't. Memory loss may be a sign of Alzheimer's disease. Early detection gives you and your loved one time to plan for the future. Learn the warning signs of Alzheimer's at 10signs.org. Brought to you by the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
When I smoke weed, I get lost in the music. I like to isolate each instrument. The rhythmic bass, the harmonies on the piano, the sticky melody.
Hey, careful, babe. There's someone crossing the street.
Sorry, I didn't see him there.
If you feel different, you drive different. Don't drive high. It's dangerous and illegal everywhere. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
On the Bulldogs Sports Network, this is Mississippi State Bulldog football. Brought to you by C-Spire. Add the best wireless, home internet, and business solutions to your roster today with C-Spire. And by the Mississippi Ford Dealers, official truck of your Mississippi State Bulldogs. Hail State. Now, welcome to the Mississippi Ford Dealers halftime show.
At the break, Mississippi State leads Southern Miss 13-10. Bulldogs got 3 on their final possession of the half to take the lead into the locker room here in Hattiesburg. Our halftime show is brought to you by your Mississippi Ford dealers and the Ford F-150. Like the Bulldogs, this truck has a strong tradition earned with outstanding capability and features like a mobile generator. That's how you create a legacy and the official truck of Mississippi State. Go Dogs! Well, Mississippi State got the scoring started today on its opening drive of the season. It was a deep ball to Seydou Traore, the tight end, that gave the Bulldogs an early lead with 13.5 to play in the first quarter. Anthony Evans is in the slot right. Transfer from Georgia. Thompson is wide right. Out of the gun, shape and play action. Looking deep, has Traore, makes the grab on the numbers at the 20 to the 10, and he will coast into the end zone. Touchdown, Mississippi State. Seydou Traore gets the first of the year for the Bulldogs, and it's 6-0 MSU. Kyle Ferry would add the extra point to make it 7-0 State with 13:35 left. Bulldogs forced Southern Miss to punt on the Eagles' first possession. Then State threw an interception. State's defense got a 3-and-out, but with Southern Miss deep in the State end, it set up Reed Harradine, the USM field goal kicker, to give the Eagles their first points of the season. 7-3 after his kick. Finished a 4-play, 1-yard drive with 7:54 left. State would go back to Kyle Ferry after a drive stalled, a 10-play drive stalled just inside the 50-yard line. And Ferry, who had been good in camp at making field goals from long range, delivered a bomb to give the Bulldogs a 7-point lead. Off the left hash, snap is back, hold is down, kick is away. It has the distance, and that one is good. Good from 55 yards. Kyle Ferry delivers in his first opportunity of the year, and State stretches the lead to 10-3 with 3:35 left in the first quarter. The only time that Southern Miss mounted a touchdown drive in the first half came with 9:32 to play in the first half. They connected on a pair of long pass plays, both over 20 yards to keep the drive going. and then even found a little bit of luck down near the goal line when Micah Davis, off a deflection by a Mississippi State defensive back, made a 3-yard touchdown catch to make it a 10-10 game with 9:32 left. It stayed tied down to the final moments of the second quarter. State looked like it had scored a touchdown. Kamario Taylor ran it in from 2 yards out, but a holding penalty took it off the board, and Kyle Ferry came on to put the Bulldogs in front just ahead of the half. Kyle Ferry, who's connected from 55 already today, will attempt one from 30 off the right hash. Snap is back, hold is down, the kick is away, and Kyle Ferry is on target. So Kyle Ferry, with 2 field goals in the first half, has helped State build a 13-10 lead here at Southern Miss with 30 more minutes of football to go. And Matt Wyatt, you talked about it in the break a moment ago. Kyle Ferry is the reason the Bulldogs are ahead at halftime right now.
Yeah, he's the reason you have a lead. It sure is. And the reason it's not other reasons is because offensively there's just, you've been stagnated a little bit in the first half. I think in large part due to some sloppiness, inconsistency, and penalties up front. At times that new offensive line and new people are doing some really good things. And you look at pass pro and other stuff. But also there's inconsistency. It's good play, bad play, good play, bad play. And all 5 penalties we've committed in the ball game are of the offensive variety. I think 4 of those 5 are on the offensive line. It's like we had a holding by some other. But all 5 penalties are offensively that have either backed you up or killed some drives. So that's the thing. The reason that you're ahead is because of the leg of Kyle Ferry. The reason that you don't have a bigger lead because your defense is giving you that opportunity. You know, the field goal they got, that's on the offense. You got a 3-and-out defensively and force a field goal. You give up 1 touchdown drive to a good quarterback. And the reason your offense, has not built you a bigger lead, sloppiness. And I'll tell you, when you bring in, and for the first time in the history of the universe, these 5 or 6 guys are playing football together for the first time in a game up front, I guess maybe we ought to expect some sloppiness and inconsistency early on. And now the key will be to correct it and do a better job in the second half.
Get the Mississippi State University Regions Visa debit card or prepaid Regions Now card at regions.com/GoState. At the half, State 13 and Southern Mississippi 10. The Mississippi Ford Dealers halftime show continues in a moment. This is Mississippi State football from Learfield.
Bully, a most cantankerous canine, English by genetics, maroon by Starkville pride. You'll find him roving the campus and the nightmares of his foes. Ford also has a fan favorite, Ford F-Series, America's best-selling trucks 48 years straight. Drive F-150, official truck of the Bulldogs, only at your Mississippi Ford dealer, based on 1977 to 2024 total sales.
In the SEC, it just means more. But what is it exactly? It's the fans, the students, the traditions, the legends. It's passion to celebrate deeper, reach farther, think smarter, make an impact off the field. It's that intangible thing that happens when 16 schools raise the bar as one. Because in the SEC, it just means more.
Mississippi State football lives here. This is the Bulldogs Sports Network from Learfield.
Hey, Dad, how do airplanes fly? What's in this box? Is this tree good for climbing? How are babies made? What does this thing do?
Kids are curious about everything, including guns. Talking to them about gun safety in your home is a good first step, but you can do more. Always keep your guns locked, unloaded, and stored separately from ammunition. Safe gun storage saves lives. Learn how to make your home safer at endfamilyfire.org. That's endfamilyfire.org. Brought to you by End Family Fire, Brady, and the Ad Council.
You wanted to be cool, which led you to smoking, which led to a pack a day. Then you met that special someone, which led to starting a life with them, which led to wanting to live longer, which led to quitting. Then you heard you may be at risk for lung cancer, which led you to getting a low-dose CT scan. If you smoked, get scanned. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org. Brought to you by the American Lung Association and the Ad Council.
Welcome back to the Ford Halftime Show, brought to you by your Mississippi Ford dealers, official truck of your Mississippi State Bulldogs. Hail State!
This halftime show is brought to you by your Mississippi Ford dealers and the Ford F-150. Like the Bulldogs, this truck has a strong tradition earned with outstanding capability and features like a mobile generator. That's how you create a legacy in the official truck of Mississippi State. Go Dogs. Jeff Marson with you here in the Learfield Studios. Our halftime score in Hattiesburg, Mississippi State leading Southern Miss 13-10. Let's take a look at some of the first half stats. First on the side of Mississippi State, totaling 216 yards on offense, 130 through the air, 86 on the ground, 11 first downs, and 6 of 10 on third downs. The problem for the Bulldogs offensively were the penalty numbers. 5 total penalties, totaling 40 yards. Again, all on that offensive side. As for Southern Miss, they've totaled 160 yards with 114 through the air and 46 on the ground. They've had their own struggles with penalties at 5 for 30. They have 9 first downs on offense and are also 6 of 10 on third down. It's been a very even game. Mississippi State's run 39 plays to Southern Miss's 40. Time of possession is 15:02 to Mississippi State and 14:58 to Southern Miss. Very close battle there. Taking a look at some of the individual numbers for Mississippi State. Blake Shapen passing is 15 of 20, 130 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 interception. Running the football for the Bulldogs, Devon Booth leading the way, 8 carries, 52 yards, followed by Fluff Bothwell, who's got 20 yards on the ground on just 5 attempts. Blake Shapen's got 11 yards himself, and Camario Taylor had a 3-yard run as well. Receiving for Mississippi State, Seydou Traore leading the way. 4 catches, 77 yards, and a 55-yard touchdown that got the scoring started in this one. Brennan Thompson, 4 catches for 23 yards. Anthony Evans, the third, 3 catches for 25 yards. Johnny Daniels, Jordan Mosley, Ricky Johnson, and Xavier Gayton all adding a catch of their own. On the side of Southern Miss, Braylon Braxton, the Marshall transfers, 14 of 21 through the air, 114 yards, a touchdown, no interceptions. He's also leading the run game for the Golden Eagles, 7 carries for 27 yards. Mississippi State transfer Jeffrey Pittman follows him up with 14 yards on 6 attempts. Carl Chester leads the way from Southern Miss in receiving, 4 catches for 43 yards. Caden Morris, the senior, 2 catches for 38 yards. Matt Jones and Jeffrey Pittman, a couple of catches to add on themselves. Again, our halftime score, Mississippi State leading 13-10. We're going to take a break, and when we come back, take a look at some scores from around the country as you listen to Mississippi State football from Learfield.
Hey, Bulldog fans, got a house hotter than a Mississippi summer or pipes colder than your team's rival? It's time to call Air South Cooling, Heating, Plumbing, and Electrical. Whether it's cooling you down, heating you up, fixing those leaky pipes, or keeping your lights on, Air South's got your back. We're the champions of home comfort, just like your Bulldogs on the field. Call Air South Cooling, Heating, Plumbing, and Electrical today, where your home is our home field. Call Air South now at 662-304-8412. Air South, we care more.
This is professional ball player and former Mississippi State Bulldog, Jake Mangum. When you're a part of a team, every player has to pull their weight and support one another. Farm Bureau does exactly that. Their team ensures I've got competitive rates and exceptional customer service to support them. If you aren't already on the team, it's time to join Farm Bureau. Visit favrates.com for great rates on home and auto insurance. Or find a local agent at msfbins.com. Farm Bureau Insurance. Go with the home team.
Ringing those cowbells after every touchdown. You're listening to Mississippi State football from Learfield.
When your car is making a strange noise, no matter what it is, you can't just pretend it's not happening.
That's an interesting sound.
It's like your mental health. If you're struggling and feeling overwhelmed, it's important to do something about it. It can be as simple as talking to someone or just taking a deep, calming breath to ground yourself. Because once you start to address the problem, you can go so much further. The Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council have resources available for you at loveyourmindtoday.org.
There's danger out there. It lurks on highways and quiet neighborhood streets. It's more likely to kill you than a shark and more terrifying than the biggest snake. Distracted driving claims lives every day. Every notification, swipe, social post, video, or selfie while driving risks your life. So while you might think public speaking or the zombie apocalypse is scary, what's really terrifying and even deadly is distracted driving. Eyes forward. Don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Welcome back to the Ford Halftime Show, brought to you by your Mississippi Ford dealers, official truck of your Mississippi State Bulldogs. Hail State! Now we head back inside the Learfield Network studios. Once again, here's Jeff Marson.
Our halftime score in Hattiesburg, Mississippi State taking the lead over Southern Miss 13-10. So take a look at our out-of-town scoreboard before we send it back to the Rock for the second half. Taking a look around the SEC, we've got a slugfest going on in Columbus. Number 1, Texas, and number 3, Ohio State. The Buckeyes leading 7-0 at the half. Neither quarterback has broken 55 yards passing. And C.J. Donaldson has the lone touchdown of the game for Ohio State. No Nico, no problem for number 24, Tennessee. Joey Aguilar dropping some bombs for the Vols so far. 24-14 the score. Tennessee driving once again here before the half in the Aflac kickoff game taking place in Atlanta. 1:23 to go in the second quarter. Aguilar 9 of 18 passing, 179 yards and a touchdown. The last active game in the SEC is between Kentucky and Toledo. 7:28 to go in the second quarter from Lexington, and the Wildcats leading the Rockets 7-2. Some of the other notable games taking place later on in the SEC. Number 5, Georgia and Marshall kick off at 2:30, as well as number 8, Alabama and Florida State later on tonight as well. We'll see number 9, LSU go on the road to one of the other Death Valleys, number 4, Clemson. That game set to kick off at 6:30. But that'll do it from here inside the Learfield studios. Second half coming up right after this as you listen to Mississippi State football from Learfield.
Bully, a most cantankerous canine. English by genetics, maroon by Starkville pride. You'll find him roving the campus and the nightmares of his foes. Ford also has a fan favorite, Ford F-Series, America's best-selling trucks 48 years straight. Drive F-150, official truck of the Bulldogs, only at your Mississippi Ford dealer, based on 1977 to 2024 total sales.
He's got the speed. He's got room. He's going to score.
No one gets you closer to the game than Sirius XM College Sports Radio.
For the win. Got it. Let's go.
Tune in for news, talk, and analysis from the offseason through regular season and into the postseason. We've got your team covered anywhere you go.
Deep to center field. Oh, it's gone.
Get a free trial at SiriusXM.com/College Sports Radio 2025.
Your home for the Bulldogs.
Touchdown, Mississippi State.
This is Mississippi State football from Learfield.
We asked parents who adopted teens to share their journey.
If you build a relationship, then it becomes easier. If you build trust, it becomes easier. As a parent, you want what's best for your child. To give them the love that a child needs is probably the best you can do for a teenager.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. A message brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
You say you'd never give in to a meltdown and never fill your feed with kid photos. You say you'd never put a pacifier in your mouth to clean it and never let them run wild through the grocery store. So when you say you'd never let them get into a car without you there, no, it can happen. 1 in 4 hot car deaths happen when a kid gets into an unlocked car and can't get out. Never happens. Before you leave the car, always stop, look, lock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Ready for the second half here in Hattiesburg with Mississippi State leading Southern Miss 13-10 with Matt Wyatt and Jay Perry. I'm Neil Price. Thanks for joining us on the opening day of the college football season. State will kick off to start the second half with Marlon Houck kicking left to right to the Southern Miss tandem of Ian Foster and Micah Davis. They're waiting down to our right. We'll check in with Jay Perry in just a moment, find out what the message was in the locker room from Jeff Levy. With State leading by 3 here on the road, trying to win the first road game since Jeff Levy took over as the head coach of the program prior to the start of the 2024 season. Houck runs up to the ball, and the right footer sends this one downfield. Another nice kick from Marlon Houck, 2 yards deep in the end zone, but Southern Miss is going to bring it out. Foster to the 10, 15, 20, 25, up to the 30, spun around there and knocked off his sticks at the 32-yard line. A 32-yard return for Ian Foster, an all-conference kick returner for Southern Miss, and the Eagles have a shot in the arm to start this second half. Jay, what'd you hear in the locker room at halftime?
Well, a lot of what you might expect. Jeff Levy said, hey, look, we knew that this was going to be a 4-quarter ball game. We knew that we were going to be in a fight, and you don't just go on the road and win in college football. He challenged the defense. Let's create defense and turn it into offense right out of the gate, guys.
Braylon Braxton, the quarterback, had a big first half, 14 of 21, 114 yards and a touchdown through the air, 27 yards rushing, including a 12-yard run. He's got Jeffrey Pittman to his left, a tight end right, 2 receivers right, single receiver left. Handoff Pittman on 1st and 10, hops over a man at the line of scrimmage, gets up to the 35, stacked up at the 37-yard line after a gain of 5. Brylan Lanier and Malik Silla teaming up to make the stop for Mississippi State. 2nd down and 5. Tight end to the right, 2 receivers right, 1 left for Southern Miss. Pittman stays in at running back. Play action. Braxton throwing up the left side, looking for Chester, and the back shoulder throw is incomplete near the Mississippi State 45-yard line. Kelly Jones in coverage again. He's played a pretty good game at cornerback for the Bulldogs today.
Yeah, and that was a check at the line of scrimmage, or just kind of, quarterback saying to receiver, I'm pulling this ball and I'm throwing you one-on-one. And it was a really obvious, tapping his helmet signal from the quarterback. And a guy like Kelly Jones will pick that up over the course of the game, if that's what that means, if they don't change it up.
Big 3rd down early here for State's defense, trying to get off the field. Shotgun formation. Braxton takes the snap. Looking left, throws complete to Chester for a 1st down at the at the Southern Miss 46-yard line. Tackled right there by Brylan Lanier after a gain of 9. But another 3rd down conversion for the Golden Eagles, who are now 6 out of 10 on 3rd downs today. Kyron Heath in at tight end. One of 2 tight ends left, 2 receivers right. Braxton takes the snap, hands to Pittman, nowhere to go behind the left side of that line, and he gets mowed down back at the 43. Gang tackled back there for a loss of 3 yards.
Yeah, and State's linebackers, led by Silla, they read that thing the whole way. It's like they could see that's where this is going. You had a couple of guys from the next level at the line of scrimmage when the handoff was made. Big tackle for loss.
Whitson and Bingley Jones up there anchoring that defensive front for State here early in the 3rd quarter. 2nd down and 13. Braxton takes a shotgun snap, throws, batted down at the line. It's Malik Silla who goes airborne and smacks that one down. And that'll bring up another 3rd down for Southern Miss. 3rd down and 13 with State's defense trying to get off the field again with 13-19 left in the 3rd quarter. And the Bulldogs leading the game 13-10. Caden Morris, a tight end, flexed right, 2 receivers right. Chester, the single receiver, to the left. Braxton takes a shotgun snap, drops it off to Pittman on an underneath screen. Pittman makes one man miss. That was Silla, but not the second. Lanier comes in to make the stop at the 45, and a flag comes in at the end of the play.
A late flag, some jawing, something extracurricular. It came back behind the play and behind the defense.
Boy, if this is on State's defense, this is a back-breaking penalty.
It is, if that's what it is.
It would be a huge stop here. I mean, 3rd and 9 if the play stands.
After the play, personal foul, late hit, offense number 84, 15-yard penalty.
Caden Morris, a tight end, flag for the late hit. So State stops him. Southern Miss gets 1 first down on its opening drive of the second half. And the punt team has to come on after a critical penalty for the Golden Eagles following a 3rd down play.
Yeah, that's big. I mean,
field position.
Yeah, potentially huge. You would love for this punt to give Anthony Evans a chance to return it right here.
Penalty takes it back to the 31 of the Golden Eagles. Evans waiting at the Mississippi State 26. They've asked for the play clock to be reset with 13:02 to play in this third quarter. State leads 13-10. They've got to change where the ball was spotted. They put it in the middle of the field. It's supposed to be on the right hash. So the center judge makes that correction. And now Southern Miss is ready to punt. Here's Jack Murley, who's done a nice job today. Third punt for him. Rolls out left, rugby-style kick. Evans coming up, makes the catch at the 34, makes one man miss, and gets tackled right there. Good pursuit downfield. Joseph Harper, a linebacker for Southern Miss, makes the special teams tackle. No chance for Evans to return, but the Bulldogs have the ball with 12:44 left in the third and a chance to build on a 13-10 lead.
Right, and this is if you look at it the other way, this is a huge drive for Southern Miss's defense. They know if State goes touchdown drive right here, all of a sudden it's a two-score game for the first time in this game in the second half. State has outgained Southern Miss and has really been better at running the football. It's just penalties have kept State from putting drives together.
33-yard punt without a return, and now the Bulldog offense on the field for the first time in the second half with Blake Shapen in the shotgun. Devon Booth standing to his left. Hands it to Traore. Traore on a jet sweep breaks a tackle in the backfield, gets back to the line, and then gets thrown down along the left boundary. Chased all the way across the field by Chris Jones, who wound up making the tackle. No gain, 2nd and 10.
Yeah, it's almost just like running a toss sweep to your tight end, and they string it out. You don't make anything. 2nd and 10 coming up.
Brennan Thompson, the single receiver on the right side, lined up along the numbers. 3 receivers left. A screen left side. Pulled in by Evans, goes airborne, hurdles a man at the Mississippi State 45, and then sails out of bounds there along the left side after moving the sticks for a bank first down. How about the athleticism of Anthony Evans III?
I mean, completely hurdled an entire human being for a first down.
Goes as a gain of 11 officially. A bank first down for State at its own 45-yard line, leading the game 13-10 with 11:50 to play in the third. Shapen takes a shotgun snap, throws right side. Thompson comes back to it, the 45, spins to his left in the middle of the field. Southern Miss 30, 20 to the 10, angling left 5, reaches for the pylon and scores. Touchdown, Brennan Thompson, his first as a Bulldog.
I think they just called Evans for a hold at the 3-yard line.
There is a penalty marker down at the 4.
And I want to see it because he had the defender blocked. He's in the way.
During the run, holding. Offense number 3. 10-yard penalty from the spot of the foul. First down.
So it's going to move the ball back out to the 14, but it's also going to take a touchdown off the board. That's his second TD. It's been taken off the board by an offensive penalty committed by State today.
Well, and there you see the athleticism of Brennan Thompson. And honestly, it's one of those where he's blocking and his hand kind of got caught up on the jersey. He grabbed him. It was the right call. You didn't have to do that to score a touchdown, so you got to learn from that if you're Anthony Evans.
State's got 2 tight ends in the game. Sam West left, Seydou Traore right, a receiver each way in the Case IH red zone at Southern Miss 14. Handoff, Devon Booth running down the left hash mark, gets inside the 10 and rolled up at the 9 by Mathis Haygood. That'll bring up 2nd down and 5 for Mississippi State. A receiver each way. They'll stay with his 2 tight end set, Traore and West. Booth still the running back right of Shapen. Shapen hands off Booth straight ahead behind 2 blockers. Turns back to his right. Now gets a shove from Jimothy Lewis, an offensive lineman, to push him across for a first down as he gets inside the 5 all the way down to the 1-yard line.
Great job by Lewis. Almost dragged him into the end zone.
State snaps it quickly. They'll hand it off. It's Booth again, and he's stacked up in the middle of the line. Actually going to lose ground back to the 2 here, a loss of 1, 2nd and goal.
And on the goal line, when they stack the line of scrimmage and they don't respect the ability of the quarterback to pull it and run, that's what you get. Everybody goes with running back. If Blake is reading that the other way and pulls it, based on the way they're playing, he walks in.
They put Taylor in at the goal line late in the half, and he scored, but a holding penalty took it off the board. Chapin here with two receivers right, Pittman and Evans. A single receiver left. Bothwell, the running back. Fluff takes a handoff straight ahead, pushing at the 2, at the 1, stop there.
Flag of the play.
Fluff Bothwell runs into the center of the line. There is a penalty marker at the line of scrimmage.
Is that going to be, is that going to be a formation deal with being on or off the line again?
Here's James Carter.
Illegal formation.
Yep.
Offense. More than 4 in the backfield. 5-yard penalty. Second down.
That's the second time that's happened today. We didn't get a number that time. It was an offensive lineman in the first half.
Yeah, didn't get a number. But see, right there you had two receivers lined up wide right, Thompson and Evans. Blake is pleading with Evans to come on in. You're supposed to be in. He comes in, but when he did that, they're both basically up there on the line of scrimmage. And I don't know if you gave a signal to the official of which one you intended to be on the outside. Again, more sloppiness. Second and goal coming up.
Second and goal now from back at the 6 after the penalty. Two receivers right. They'll move a third to the right side. That's Aiden Williams. Handoff Bothwell running left, has nothing but green grass and high tides as he races into the left corner of the end zone for a touchdown. Fluff Bothwell, who scored 13 rushing touchdowns at South Alabama last year, has his first as a Bulldog, and State stretches the lead to 19-10.
And Jay, I mean, there's nobody over there on that left side. Jimothy Lewis did a good job, but then he kind of got an earful from the coaching staff when he came off the field.
Yeah, I almost wonder if Jimothy might have been the guilty party on the penalty before, but Fluff did an excellent job. Left side of that offensive line really sealed that side, and as you said, or as Neil said, there was nobody there, a lot of green grass, an opportunity to get in.
So Fluff Bothwell has his first State touchdown. Here's a poor snap. The hold got bobbled, finally down, and Kyle Ferry, who had to stop flat-footed, is able to boot the extra point through. What a nice job by Marlon Hawk to get that ball on its end and give Ferry a chance. State converts the extra point. The Bulldogs score on their first possession of the second half. A 7-play, 66-yard scoring drive. And State has a 20-10 lead over Southern Miss with 9:34 to play in the third quarter. Timeout on the field. This is Mississippi State football from Learfield.
Hey y'all, I'm Steve Azar inviting you to escape to Pearl River Resort where the fun is going non-stop. Go off the deep end at the South's most exciting water park, Geyser Falls. After the thrills, test your skills at the Dancing Rabbit Golf Club. There's dining delight and love at first sight. And it's always no work and all play at Silver Star and Golden Moon Casinos. So come on, leave it all behind and head to Pearl River Resort.
There's team pride, and then there's extra Bulldog pride. When I'm carrying the Mississippi State University Regions Visa debit card or prepaid Regions Now card, that's exactly what I get. Whether I'm grabbing some extra state gear or picking up an extra dozen wings for the game, this card always brings it. Sometimes I get an extra Hail State from the cashier too. Visit Regions.com/Go State to get yours.
Extra changes everything. And at Regions, Extra is our ordinary. Official bank of the SEC. Member FDIC.
Mississippi State football lives here. This is the Bulldogs Sports Network from Learfield.
Let's take a moment to breathe. Deep inhale. Extend your spine. Remain focused on what you're doing. If safe to do so, exhale slowly, leaning to one side. Inhale back to center. If safe to do so, exhale slowly to the opposite side. Find mental health resources at loveyourmindtoday.org. This message is brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ed Council.
Put your phone on D&D, that means that do not disturb when you're driving. And when you're going from point A to B, I need you to stay safe, please, so always sing with me. So put your phone on D&D, that means that do not disturb when you're driving. And when you're going from point A to B, I need you to stay safe, please, so always remember this beat.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
To play in the third quarter. Good start for Mississippi State. Defense gets a stop. Offense comes through with a touchdown. Bulldogs have a 10-point lead, 20-10. Country Pleasing Sausage, a family-owned company in Florence, Mississippi, is proud to be the official sausage of the Mississippi State Bulldogs. The same delicious Country Pleasing sausage served at Davis Wade Stadium is also available in over 600 of your local grocery stores and many restaurants across the South. Just say Country Pleasing, please. By the way, that last Bulldog touchdown, the first for Fluff Bothwell, brought to you by Trustmark Bank. People you trust, advice that works. Member FDIC. Marlon Hawk, who did a heck of a job to get that hold down for Kyle Ferry on the extra point to boot it left to right here on the kickoff for State. Sends it downfield. A line drive taken 3 yards deep in the end zone by Micah Davis, and he will take a knee. A touchback brings it out to the 25, and it's 1st and 10 for the Golden Eagles.
A really good start to the third quarter for State. Get the stop on defense, then a touchdown drive to follow it up. You got momentum, a 2-score lead. Pressure's on them at home now. This is the time for a defensive lineman or two to step up and make some plays and really help you take over the game. Reed is in there, Dinkins in there, and at the other end, Anderson.
1st and 10, Southern Miss. They'll scrimmage off the left hash, their own 25. Tight end and 2 receivers left, single receiver right. Metcalf, one of those receivers on the right side in yo-yo motion. Braxton gets the snap, throws left flat, complete to Metcalf, snaps a tackle, gets back to the 25, tackled at the 26. Calvin Dinkins, along with Jennings and Kelly Jones, all teaming up to make the tackle for State. 2nd down and 9.
State had cover 2 deep safeties, and they really did a nice job on the deep routes they wanted to hit, both Washington and Smith.
Same formation here for Southern Miss. 2 receivers and a tight end left. The tight end is Morris. He slides in and attaches to the left side of the line. Single receiver right is Micah Davis, one of 3 Ole Miss transfers on this Southern Miss offense. Handoff goes to the running back, Robert Briggs. Straight ahead, not much. Fights his way forward to the 28 and then gets shoved back by 3 Bulldogs.
Yeah, there's Anderson.
Anderson, one of those. Deontay getting in there to help make the play.
Well, and Dinkins and Reed, they stand everybody up with the help of Jennings. And so he's just one-on-one in the edge. They can't get to him. He gets off the block, makes a play.
Gain of 2. 3rd down. We'll call it 7 here for Southern Miss. Line to gain is the 35. State trying to get another stop here early in the third quarter. Receivers are 2 by 2. Braxton steps up into the pocket, sliding right, directing traffic, gives ground back to the 20, throws off his back foot, intercepted, or was it? Isaac Smith had it in his hands, but he was out of bounds. In midair, he tried to throw it into a teammate, and it hits the ground. The officials are talking about this on the State sideline, and they say it's an incomplete pass.
Oh, wow. Jay, from your vantage point, to me and Neil, it looked like Isaac Smith intentionally tried to tip it back in bounds.
I think he got a foot down. Now, was he bobbling the ball? Couldn't tell. But he got a foot down in bounds on that catch.
So here's Jack Murley to punt it away for Southern Miss. Gets it out of there. It's not a great one, and this one bounces in traffic. It's anybody's ball, scooped up by Evans, who was really keen to know that that ball could have hit one of his teammates. Didn't want to take any chances and got aggressive and comes up and fields it and gets tackled at the 30-yard line.
That was intentional. Short punt off the back of the football. You're trying to get it to hit off one of those protectors. That's actually a smart move.
Holding. Receiving team number 36. 10-yard penalty from the end of the kick. First down.
All right, so State gets called for a hold prior to the kick. But they'll get to keep the ball here, but they'll take a 10-yard penalty. So this is going to move them back inside the 25. Looks like they'll spot it at the 23. That's where State will go back to work on offense, leading 20-10 with 7:56 to play in the third quarter. Timeout on the field. This is Mississippi State football from Learfield.
Trey Willis, left tackle. Marshall Jones, wide receiver.
Alex Philbin, running back.
Hi, I'm Tim from C-Spire. Am I in the right place? It always pays to have the right players on your team. That's why C-Spire gives you fiber-fast home internet, nationwide 5G wireless, and best-in-class business solutions, all backed by local 24/7 support. C-Spire, customer inspired.
At Kroger, you never compromise. You get high quality and low prices. Like you never compromise your meal with our spring salad mix, guaranteed fresh. And you never compromise your budget with lower prices on over 1,000 items. And you never compromise your appetite with our golden brown bread that's baked fresh in store. And you never compromise your wallet with our lower prices. Hand it to Kroger shoppers. You never compromise. Kroger. Fresh for everyone.
Ringing those cowbells after every touchdown. You're listening to Mississippi State football from Learfield.
We asked parents who adopted teens to share their journey.
When I met both of them, it was like my missing pieces were found. Like it was just like an instant, these are my kids. If you're considering adopting a teen, just do it. Kids need families. I don't care the age. Everybody deserves a family.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. A message brought to you by Adopt U.S. Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
My name is Teresa Barber. I was in the United States Navy, and I served overseas in the Middle East and Africa. Early on in my career, I had a commander that taught our suicide prevention training, and the very next day, he took his own life. 90% of suicide attempts involving a gun are fatal. My way of continuing my service is to help protect my community by being a responsible gun owner and by storing firearms safely. Store all your guns securely. Help stop suicide.
Brought to you by End Family Fire and the Ad Council.
.7:56 to play in the third quarter. State's defense has gotten 2 stops here right out of the gate. And now the Bulldogs offense gets the ball back, leading 20-10, trying to put its second touchdown on the board here since halftime. After a penalty, they scrimmage from the 23-yard line, the state 23. Handoff Booth on first down, and Devon Booth gets wrapped up as he picks his way up to the 24 for a gain of 1. Tried to come down gingerly, too. He had a guy who was kind of bending him back, Chris Jones. He didn't want to risk twisting an ankle or a knee. Actually give him 2 to the 25, 2nd and 8. Chapin, play action. Throwing over the middle. Thompson there to make the grab, spins out of a tackle, and then gets popped and knocked down at the 35-yard line. It looked like a helmet-to-helmet hit, and here comes the flag as Anthony Richard gets up and walks away after making the tackle for Southern Miss. Brennan Thompson was reaching down. He had spun, and he was bent over at the waist, and then Richard went low, and their heads banged. That's what took Thompson down. They've spotted the ball at the 37, but this could be a huge penalty.
Targeting, defense. The previous play is under review.
Richard just hung his head as soon as they reported.
Yeah.
And now they'll take a look to see if targeting will be confirmed.
You know, once again, how do you define it? There's 2 or 3 levels. Let's watch here. We're getting a replay in the booth now. Defender is not defenseless. There was no helmet-to-helmet contact.
It's a shoulder, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's Thompson who ducks his head, and the shoulder of the defender hit the ball carrier, but it is Thompson who ducked his head. I would not be surprised if they overturned it.
Right now, either way, it's going to be a first down. It was a 12-yard pickup up to the 37. It's just a matter of if the penalty stands or not. But, Matt, I tend to agree with you. Yeah. In real time up here, it looked helmet to helmet. When you see it slowed down, it's shoulder to helmet.
You know, and
after review, the ruling on the field is overturned. There is no targeting. The result of the play, first down.
Yeah.
And that's the right call.
That's the right call. And the official who called it was the side judge on Mississippi State's side. And so the defender's helmet was on the other side of Brennan from him. So he's kind of shielded from, you know, what actually happened. We got a camera view from the other side, as you can see. So that's the right call. Thank goodness nobody's hurt, and you can continue to play football.
All right, so 1st and 10 State, a bank first down for the Bulldogs at the Mississippi State 37-yard line. As Shapen and company go back to work, Fluff Bothwell back in at running back. 2 receivers right for Mississippi State. Max Reese, who's one of those tight ends, he's flexed out to the right side, and Marcus Allen. 2 receivers left. Hand off Bothwell. Bounces off 2 tackles. Now angles left, finds space 40, 45, up to the 50, and he's chased out of bounds at midfield.
That's Daniels.
Excuse me, Johnny Daniels.
How did he get out of that tackle in the backfield?
Well, somebody went airborne trying to get him on the first one, and he ducked his way, and he just pinballed off the second man. Johnny Daniels' first carry goes for 13, and a bank first down for State at midfield. They go quickly. Shapen throws right side. Marcus Allen had it in his hands and dropped it at the Southern Miss 45-yard line, right in front of Ishmael Ibrahim, the corner on that side, 2nd and 10.
He's just running a hitch route in front of the soft defender, and he waited on the football because he wanted to catch and spin to the outside, but he spun before he caught it. And so, therefore, he didn't catch it.
So Mosley comes in for him. He's a single receiver left, 2 receivers right for State. Tight end on the right side of the line. Out of the shotgun, Shapen, play action, loads up, throws left. It's complete to Mosley for a first down at the 39. Turns down the left sideline inside the 35 and tackled at the 34-yard line by Josh Moten.
Good protection again. That's 2 big throws up the field where you've had plenty of time back there. So good job up front. Nice throw and catch.
Gain of 14 and a bank first down for Mississippi State. Shapen takes the shotgun snap, throws left side looking for Thompson, and Thompson has that one batted down by Brennan Tolles, who came from behind the play to get his right hand in at the 30-yard line and break it up, 2nd and 10.
I tell you, that left hash to the far right sideline, that's twice. The ball's in the air a long time, and as a receiver, you can't wait on it. You have to go get it. You can't allow for that defender to get in there, get position, potentially pick it off. You're lucky that it's not picked off.
Now Bothwell is in at running back, a tight end to the left. Evans is back into the game too in the slot left. Shapen takes the snap, throws it out left side, a receiver screen. It's caught in the flat by Aiden Williams. Williams following 2 blockers down the left sideline, gets inside the 30 and shoved out of bounds at the 27-yard line. Aiden Williams picks up 7 yards to bring up 3rd down and 3.
Good to see him get involved.
Dropped a pass in the first half. Empty backfield. Shapen takes the shotgun snap. Throws left. It's Williams again. Makes the catch for a first down at the 23. Picks up 3 more to the 20. Gets shoved out of bounds down at the 17 by Josh Moten after he picks up 10 and a bank first down. State in the Case IH red zone with 5:45 to play in the 3rd quarter, leading 20-10 here at Southern Miss. A tight end to the right. Bothwell, the running back, takes a handoff, running left with blockers inside the 10 and gets tripped up as he falls forward for a first down at the 6-yard line. Moten may have saved a touchdown tripping up Fluff Bothwell. A pickup of 11 and another bank first down for the Bulldogs in the Case IH red zone. 2 tight ends, 1 on either side of the line. Handoff Bothwell straight ahead to the 3, ducks his shoulder and dives down to the 1. There is nothing fluffy about this guy. He is a strong runner, isn't he?
Yeah, he really is. He is a load. And just 18 years old.
At the goal line, they'll hand it to Bothwell again, and Bothwell bowls into the end zone. Touchdown, Mississippi State, the 2nd for Fluff Bothwell in as many drives. And with 4:57 left in the 3rd quarter, it's 26-10 Bulldogs.
Yeah, and they're getting up a little gimpy at the end of the play. He's walking off. Jimothy Lewis, the left tackle. But Jay Perry, I'm going to tell you something.
Timeout for an injured player.
This is 2 drives in a row that have been really good drives for Jimothy Lewis outside of that penalty. He has done an excellent job sealing that left edge, and Fluff Bothwell has made it happen because of it.
Yeah, and that offensive line really needed that. Jeff Levy, between series went over and really challenged that group, to use that word as opposed to other words. He really challenged that group, and they answered right there.
Here's Kyle Ferry to try and add the extra point. Good snap back. Houck gets the hold down. The kick is away, and this one's perfect. And with 4:57 to play in the third quarter, Mississippi State has created some breathing room. Bulldogs have an 18-point lead, 28-10 here at Southern Miss with 4:57 to play in the third. Timeout on the field. This is Mississippi State football from Learfield.
All right. It's a beautiful day for football here at the stadium, and we're just about ready for kickoff. Score 0-0. And suddenly, I'm in the mood for a Coke Zero Sugar. Real Coke taste, zero sugar. Now that's a winning combo. Yeah, crisp, refreshing. That hits the spot. When it comes to great taste, Coke Zero Sugar's always on the scoreboard. Coke Zero Sugar. Real Coke taste, zero sugar.
Bulldog fans, this is head coach Jeff Levy. For over 30 years, Columbus Orthopedics has been the trusted team physicians, ensuring our athletes perform at the top of their game. Whether you're an athlete striving for victory or someone seeking relief from pain, if you want to recover like a Bulldog, visit Columbus Orthopedics. Experience the difference trusted expertise makes and trust one place, Columbus Ortho. Visit columbusortho.com and discover why they're the leading orthopedic clinic in Mississippi.
Your home for the Bulldogs.
Touchdown, Mississippi State.
This is Mississippi State football from Learfield.
This message is for Shauna, my mom who just finished her high school diploma. I wanted to say I'm so proud of you for finishing school. You taught me it's never too late to achieve your dreams. I hope to make you as proud as you have made me.
When you graduate, they graduate. Finish your high school diploma for you and for them. Visit finishyourdiploma.org to find free and supportive adult education centers near you. Brought to you by the Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
Don't act like that. Don't wear that. Don't think that. I've heard everything you tell yourself every time you felt different. And I want you to know that you can be vulnerable and powerful. That taking care of your mind is taking care of everyone you love and who loves you. Love your mind. Find mental health resources at loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
Left in this third quarter. I mentioned earlier, it's first game for everybody. Me too. I tried to steal a point. It's 27-10 State. Bulldogs with a 17-point lead here at Southern Miss. State has scored touchdowns on its first two drives of the third quarter. State's defense has been able to hold Southern Miss scoreless in its first two possessions, and Bulldogs starting to get a foothold in the game now, Matt.
Yeah, it almost feels like line of scrimmage depth and talent is starting to lean really heavily against them and in our favor here as you've gotten in the third quarter. And you've started to eliminate the mistakes. Now, we have had a couple of penalties down on the goal line.
But now 69.
You know, we've started to eliminate some of those. And the biggest thing is our defensive front is not giving up rush yards. Their running game has almost exclusively been quarterback runs late. So that's the biggest difference is defensive front has done a nice job against their run game.
Ian Foster deep for Southern Miss. Waiting on the kickoff from Marlon Houck following State's second touchdown here in the third quarter. Back there with Micah Davis as Houck runs up to the ball and sends it downfield, left to right. Another line drive and another one that's going to go 5 yards deep in the end zone for a touchback. Just one chance for these two teams to return a pass today. And we've got a penalty marker on that kickoff. It looked like a Southern Miss player took down a State player near the 34-yard line.
Yeah, Joseph Head was just covering. The whistles were already blowing, and 53 for Southern Miss kind of knocked him off, decleated him. And, whether it's an unnecessary or whatever it is, I'm interested to see what they're going to call.
53 is Joseph Harper. He's a linebacker for the Golden Eagles playing on special teams. I'm not sure if this is going to be against Southern Miss or State. Center Judge has got the ball like he wants to step it off against the Bulldogs. Jay, did you see anything during that kickoff?
Yeah, I thought what Matt said is exactly what happened. I thought it was against Southern Miss. I thought they got Jeff Head. Now, you see, Coach Odom and Coach Levy having a conversation. Let's see what James says.
During the kick, personal foul, illegal blindside block. Number 53 of the return team.
That's what we saw. Okay.
Decline. The result of the play is a touchback. First down, Southern Miss.
Okay, so
do they have to kick it again?
They would have to kick it again.
Yeah, okay.
Because it was live ball.
Yep, live ball. You'd replay the down or the untime. Yeah,
that's right.
Gotcha.
So a new set of defensive linemen for this drive. It's going to be Whitson, Dinkins, and Shepard to start us off here. Four-man front. Look at it.
Yep. Southern Miss will start with 3 receivers, 2 of them left, tight end to the left. Braxton drops, throwing up the left side, intercepted. Mississippi State near the 40-yard line. A great read by Brylan Lanier, who gets the ball back for the Bulldogs with 4:50 left in the third quarter.
And it's pressure. It's pressure from your defensive front that caused an inerrant throw. We rush 4. We collapse on the quarterback and just get in his space a little bit, and he short arms it. He's trying to throw a back shoulder, but left it inside. You had Silla coming from one side. You had Shepard on the other. And that quarterback can feel it. And he can feel that collapsing pocket, and he lets it go a little early, short arms it a little bit, and your defensive back in a position and made a nice catch.
Rilo had an interception last year in 12 games with his state defense. He has his first in 2025, a diving interception at the 42-yard line, and State's offense is in business, in plus territory here, with a chance to potentially throw a knockout punch, leading 27-10 with 4:50 left in the third. State motion Chapin out of the backfield, and they motion Max Reese into the backfield.
First charge timeout of the half. Southern Miss.
And Southern Miss takes a timeout because you got a tight end back there waiting to take the quarterback snap. That was something different.
Yeah. Neil.
Now, we've had quarterbacks here that have looked like tight ends since I've been here, namely Nick Fitzgerald, but that was different.
Boy. Man, how much would you love to see Fitz run out there for one series? Right now, situation.
I can still see Nick Fitzgerald waving goodbye to the Texas Aggies at Davis Wade. I can still see him running away from them.
We should point out, at the end of the first half, your starting right tackle, the transfer from Virginia, 54, Steen, came up a little bit hurt. And this entire second half, you've had Albert Reese, a career Bulldog, longtime Bulldog, listed as your starting left tackle. He's been playing right tackle, and so far that's been a pretty good combination.
All right, so the timeout ends, and it's 1st and 10 State at the USM 42. They motion in that same formation, and it's going to be, that's Stonka Burnside, who they put in. Stonka faked a pitch to Blake Chapin and then ran around the left end, and Stonka gets down to the 36-yard line where he's tackled by Arizona State transfer Jamon Tapp. Picks up 6 yards, 2nd down and 4. Chapin takes a shotgun snap, looking left, now right, throws complete in the flat. This one's pulled in by Johnny Daniels, who runs for a first down the left sideline to the 30 and gets shoved out of bounds by Mathis Haygood.
Oh, Jay, they're going to watch film, and Blake's going to be sick. He had Brennan Thompson in the end zone for a touchdown. They didn't cover him on a post route.
Stonka Burnside just came off the field grinning ear to ear, boys.
Yeah, Stonka was a receiver last year. They moved him to safety this year and get a little run at quarterback. How about that? Bank first down for Mississippi State at the USM 30. Chapin takes a shotgun snap under duress, just tries to throw it out into the left flat, and it falls incomplete. He avoids a sack, throws incomplete to the 29. Johnny Daniels was in the neighborhood, but big-time pressure from Southern Miss, and Chapin didn't have anywhere to go. So 2nd and 10 for the Bulldogs now at the USM 30. State leads at 27-10 with 3:52 left in what has been a third quarter that has seen the momentum in this game flip back the Bulldogs' way.
Right.
2 receivers right, a tight end to the right. Mosley, single receiver left. A handoff, and it's Devon Booth straight ahead, and there's not much there. Picks his way down to the 28, just 2 yards.
Yeah, and right now, up 27-10. The line to gain is the 20. If you don't get it, Just get positive yards, make it easier on your field goal kicker.
3rd down and 8 for Mississippi State. Line to gain is the Southern Miss 20. Traore, the tight end, out wide left. 3 receivers in the pattern. Chapin takes the snap, throws underneath. Booth, the running back, down the right sideline, inside the 25, inside the 20 for a first down. And it gets chased out of bounds down at the 16-yard line by Corey Myrick. A pickup of 13 and a bank first down for the Bulldogs in the Case IH red zone. 3 receivers right, 1 left. Chapin going quick, throws to Thompson with blockers, runs down the right sideline to the 10 and gets tripped up there by Joseph Harper, who is from Baldwin, Mississippi, hometown of one of the iconic figures in Mississippi State basketball history. Of course, we're talking about Babe McCarthy.
Yep, the Baldwin Bearcats. Neil, did you know that when Baldwin High School plays Boonville High School in football, it's called the Skunk Bowl? You know why?
No.
Several years ago, the game was going one way, big rivalry game. The game momentum was going one way, and somebody turned a skunk loose on the field. And it took them a long time to deal with it. And after the skunk was rid, the momentum flipped the other way. And the other team won the game, and so they forever called it the Skunk Bowl. Hey, I want to go back to the previous...
Ishmael was shaken up, by the way. That's the reason we've got the pause here. He's to his feet now on the Southern Miss sideline.
The previous play, you know, where you bring it down and get to convert, and on 3rd down, coming downside the red zone. It was an excellent block by Anthony Evans, but it was a screen play.
Yep.
It's a little play-action screen where you're going to fake run, roll out, and then throw it to the guy you faked it to. Got a block on the edge. A really nice play call. It's the first time we've seen it called in the game. That was an excellent job of the offensive staff.
State looking for its 3rd touchdown in the 3rd quarter. Bulldogs lead 27-10 here against Southern Miss. 2:52 left in the 3rd. State in the Case IH red zone at the USM 10, looking at 2nd and 4. In the gun, Chapin takes the snap, hands off Booth, tripped up, spins to his right, on his feet, able to run for a first down as he fights inside the 5 and finally comes to rest at the 4-yard line. A tough 11-yard run for Devon Booth. Jaden McKinney finally tackles him, and it's 1st and goal at the 5 for Mississippi State. Chapin going quick, hands off Booth, straight ahead to the 5, steps through 1 tackle, not the 2nd, as he gets down to the 3. Chris Jones able to hang on and keeps him from getting into the end zone. A 2-yard pickup.
The best thing about those 2 runs from Booth, Neil, are that he didn't fumble the ball because he's twisting, he's getting hit. He's got multiple players pulling on his arms as he's spinning and twisting. And a lot of times that late contact will come in and knock that ball out on those types of plays. So these really 2 tough runs for him.
Chris Jones shaken up, the man who made the tackle for Southern Miss. Really good as a true freshman last year. He's out of Hartfield Academy in Byram. Had 46 tackles, 9 for loss last year in just 9 games. He missed the last 3 games of the year with an injury.
Yeah. You know, let's say like Southern Miss is in a position, of all the things they really need coming out of this game, being healthy is right at the top of the list. Now, the way he's walking, it resembles a guy who's suffering a cramp and kind of walking on those heels, stretching those calves out. Mississippi State right now, Neil, is at 413 yards of offense. That's with about 50 more yards brought back by penalties. And you want 3 more yards to get it to 416, because if you get that, it means you're in the end zone and extending your lead.
You understand the technology maybe better than I do. I was trying to get a comparison just on the 3rd quarter to see how much State had really kind of grabbed hold of the game with regard to the numbers.
Yeah.
Play resumes here, 2nd and goal in the Case IH red zone at the USM 3. Chapin, the State quarterback, hands to Booth, straight ahead, untouched, and into the end zone for his first touchdown of the year. Devon Booth with a 3-yard score gives State a 33-10 lead here late in the 3rd.
Man, what a 3rd quarter by this football team, Neil. 21 points offensively, defensively a shutout. The left side again, Jimothy Lewis. Listen, Southern Miss is going to get sick of watching the tape when they see this, of what Lewis has done to their defensive ends and edge players so far in this 3rd quarter. Another great block.
Berry on to attempt the extra point. Snap is back, hold is down, the kick is away, and it is true. So with 1:52 to play in the third, State exercising its dominance here in the third quarter in Hattiesburg. The Bulldogs have stretched the lead to 34-10, outscoring Southern Miss since halftime, 21-0. All of our Bulldog touchdowns brought to you by Trustmark Bank. People you trust, advice that works. Member FDIC. Jay, it was tense on that sideline in the second quarter when State was in a dogfight with Southern Miss. What's the attitude like down there now that the Bulldogs have had a big third?
Well, as you might imagine, significantly better. But, I go back to what Jeff Levy said at halftime. He said, guys, we knew this was going to be a fourth quarter game. What I'm impressed with, and we talked about the offensive line in the first half. It wasn't a very good half for that group up front, but I thought that so far in this third quarter, they have been really good up front. The one penalty, but they've played really well. You've talked about Jimothy Lewis a couple of times. They've done an excellent job. Running backs have been very good. Significantly uptick in the mood for sure, guys.
Marlon Houck will kick off for the Bulldogs. He sends it downfield, left to right. Again, he'll send it 5 yards deep in the end zone for a touchback. And Southern Miss will get it at the 25. Tempers are starting to flare a little bit. You can see some frustration from the Golden Eagles. A lot of pushing and shoving on these kickoffs on special teams.
Yeah, Neil, here's your third quarter stats. You're looking at the comparison.
Please.
In this quarter, 21-0 State in the quarter, have outgained Southern Miss 200 yards to 16.
Wow.
State 4 of 4 on third downs, and Blake Shapen in the third quarter 10 of 13 for 131 yards. I mean, it's been one of the best quarters we've seen under Jeff Levy.
First and 10, Southern Miss from its own 25. Braylon Braxton swings it into the right flat. Caught there by Micah Davis. Spins out of a tackle and works up the numbers to the 28-yard line. Tackled by Jalen Smith. Transfer from Tennessee. Pickup of 3 yards. Brings up 2nd and 7 for the Golden Eagles. 1:35 left in the third quarter. Tight end and 2 receivers right. A single receiver left. And a handoff here out of the gun to Matt Jones. And Jones runs up the right hash marks all the way to the 34-yard line, 2 yards shy of a first down. Jalen Smith and Red Hibbler tag team up to make the stop. They'll give it to him again. He gets hit in the backfield. Matt tripped up, and it's Tyler Woodard who prevents a first down by getting to him and sending him airborne. He couldn't get to the marker. 4th and a yard.
Great play by Woodard off the edge. That previous run by Jones for about 6 or 7, one of the better runs all day by a Southern Miss running back. State has just smothered them. And on 4th and short at their own 34, they're bringing out the punt team, Neil.
Now it's the Southern Miss offense that can't stay on the field against the State defense after State's offense struggled in the second quarter. Murley on to punt. Rugby-style kick out to the left. Evans is going to watch this one roll down the numbers, and he'll dive on it and smother it at the 20-yard line. So that's where the Bulldogs get it back. Southern Miss had the ball for just 46 seconds to run those 4 plays.
How about that? So, again, 28 seconds left in this quarter, Neil. You got a 24-point lead. And our defense has held their offense to 55 total rushing yards. 27 of those are from the quarterback. So, one thing you thought, Jay, would be an advantage. We all said we thought an advantage for us would be our defensive front versus their offensive front. That really has proven to be true.
Yeah, it really has. And again, some of it has been the new guys. You've called Will Whitson several times. He's played really well. And then some of it, as we said, you get some of the guys back last year, whether it's, Kendrick Bingley-Jones. He's been really good. You get Dinkins back. So a shot in the arm defensively, but that front has been much, much improved.
First and 10, Mississippi State from its own 20. Shaping out of the gun with a big rush, and he is going to get popped and sacked.
Yeah, and he fumbled the ball, and Jackson
able
fell
to get
on
it back. Yeah, Jacoby Jackson falls on it at the 14-yard line, a loss of 6.
So that was the old announcer jinx right there, Everett. I keep bragging on the left side, and then we fake it, boom. Somebody didn't pick up a free blitzer off the edge.
J.J. Hawkins hit him square in the back.
Yeah. So it's either that left tackle or
that is the end of the third quarter.
The running back after that fake's got to pick up the edge, and they Somebody's picking up the wrong assignment right there.
Due respect, though, that's the most exciting thing Southern Miss did in the third quarter of the game, and it was on the final play of that third quarter. A negative play for its defense. State dominates the third, outscoring the Golden Eagles 21-0, and the Bulldogs will carry a 34-10 lead into the final 15 minutes of the season opener. At the end of 3, State 34, Southern Miss 10. This is Mississippi State football from Learfield.
Hey, college football fans, I know you'd do anything for a win on game day and an ice-cold Bud Light. Because whether you're tailgating in the parking lot or parked on the couch, sitting on your lucky stool at the bar, or standing in the fan section all game long, the clean, crisp taste of Bud Light turns a win into a win-win. And there's nothing easier to enjoy than that. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Hey, Bulldog fans, it's college football season, and SeatGeek is the official ticket marketplace of Hail Marys and walk-on heroes. SeatGeek makes it easy to find tickets so you can be a part of all the action this season. Whether you're buying or selling tickets to Mississippi State football games or to any other live event in your area, SeatGeek is the place to do it. Official ticket marketplace of Mississippi State Athletics. Hail State, SeatGeek.
Mississippi State football lives here. This is the Bulldogs Sports Network from Learfield.
I'm a pretty great multitasker. I can wash dishes and do laundry. I can roller skate while walking my dog. I can even order lunch while doing my homework. But I can't use my phone while driving. A distracted driver is one of the leading causes of death in the United States. So when it comes to driving, please, don't be a multitasker.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
How serious is youth vaping? Irreversible lung damage serious. 1 in 10 kids vape serious, which warrants a serious conversation from a serious parental figure, like yourself. Not the seriously know-it-all sports dad or the seriously smart podcaster. It requires a serious conversation that is best had by you. No, seriously, the best person to talk to your child about vaping is you. To start the conversation, visit talkaboutvaping.org. Brought to you by the American Lung Association and the Ad Council.
We head to the final quarter here in Hattiesburg with State holding what is now a commanding 34-10 lead over Southern Miss. Third quarter stats, State has outgained Southern Miss 410 to 185. Bulldogs have 149 yards rushing, 261 yards passing. Southern Miss 55 yards rushing, 130 passing. Third down, State 10 of 14 today. Southern Miss 7 of 14. 67 plays for the Bulldogs, just 53 for Southern Miss. That number took a big swing in State's direction in the third quarter when State ran 28 plays to just 13 for the Golden Eagles. But, Matt, that's what you needed to see. Yeah. State had its struggles in the first half. They looked very good in the third quarter.
In the third quarter. How about this, Neil? The defense has only allowed 2 pass plays of more than 15 yards and only 1 rush of more than 10 yards the entire ball game. Really good job out of defense today so far.
All right, so a negative play for State's offense ended the third quarter, so the Bulldogs are looking at 2nd and 15 with their own 15-yard line, moving right to left as we start the fourth quarter. And Jimothy Lewis, who we've been bragging on, played very well in that third quarter, got a little excited there, and the left tackle gets off to a quick start, a false start. Will back State up 5 more to the 10 and bring up 2nd and 20.
Yeah, and so, offensively, you're not by nature conservative, I don't think, but on 2nd down and 20 from your own 10-yard line with a 24-point lead starting the fourth quarter, you're just trying to run some successful plays and maybe make room for your punter right here.
Tight end, 2 receivers right, single receiver left. Shapen hands it off, and it's Johnny Daniels running behind the right side of the line across the 15 and all the way up to the 19-yard line. J.J. Hawkins tackles Johnny there after a pickup of 9 yards. It's 3rd and 11. Johnny had 4 rushing touchdowns last year, 2nd year for him out of Colin Community College, Crystal Springs. Two receivers left. Single receiver to tight end right. Chapin drops, throws. Daniels there to make the catch along the right hashes at the 25. Spins to his left and runs between the hashes up to the 28, where he's stopped by Chris Jones. 2 yards shy of a first down. 4th and 2.
Yeah. Ball on your own 28. I mean, you would think normally a punt situation.
They're going to leave the offense out there at least for show right now. Play clock at 20. You got a lot of time here. Tight end on the right side of the line. That's Max Reese. Haven Williams, single receiver right. Ricky Johnson, slot left. Mosley, wide left. Play clock at 2, 1, and State will take a timeout here with 13:48 left before it sends the punt team on.
First charge timeout of the half, Mississippi State.
Sullivan's Office Supply in Starkville is the official supplier of office furniture and office supplies to Bulldog Sports. Sullivan's can help your business with items from office products and furniture to commercial interior design. Visit Sullivan's Office Supply, 204 Main Street, downtown Starkville, or online at sullivansoffice.com.
Neil, the official stats, credit State with 2 punts today, both by Tice. But I was thinking that we saw Pulliam.
Pulliam punted the second time. Yeah. Tice punted the first.
So Pulliam's back out for this one.
Ethan Pulliam was a 5-star punter out of Starkville High School. Was a 2-sport athlete at State up until the spring. He was a shortstop on the baseball team before he decided to go full-time football. Ethan on to punt here. Good snap back, slides left. It's a wobbly spiral out of there that takes a big State bounce at the Southern Miss 35, angling toward the sideline, goes inside the 30, and it's going to go out of bounds near the 25-yard line. They're actually going to mark it on the 25-yard line. So Ethan Pulliam with a punt of 46, if my math is right, without a return. They marked it at the 25, so
it doesn't have to be beautiful, does
47.
it?
47 without a return.
Well, that's like one of those, like a bloop single, CNI single. It's a base hit. Looks like a line drive on your scorebook. Isn't that what they say?
Well, Jeff Levy said they wanted to use him like a weapon. Kyle Ferry, too, and both those guys showing you what they're capable of here in the season opener. Timeout on the field with 13:40 left in the game. State 34, Southern Miss 10. This is Mississippi State football from Learfield.
Bully, a most cantankerous canine. English by genetics, maroon by Starkville pride. You'll find him roving the campus and the nightmares of his foes. Ford also has a fan favorite, Ford F-Series, America's best-selling trucks 48 years straight. Drive F-150, official truck of the Bulldogs, only at your Mississippi Ford dealer, based on 1977 to 2024 total sales.
Kohl's Labor Day sale is here. Sure, it's hard to admit summer's ending, but with $10 off $25 spent at Kohl's, you can stop living in denial and start living in cute cardigans. Yep, we're back to wearing layers. So welcome fall with savings on jeans, tees, candles, and comfy bedding. And earn Kohl's cash all weekend. Trust me, your future cozy self will thank you. Select styles, some exclusions apply. Offer in September 1st. See store or Kohls.com for details.
Ringing those cowbells after every touchdown. You're listening to Mississippi State football from Learfield.
And here's Heather with the weather.
Well, it's beautiful out there, sunny and 75, almost a little chilly in the shade. Now, let's get a read on the inside of your car. It is hot. You've only been parked a short time and it's already 99 degrees in there. Let's not leave children in the back seat while running errands. It only takes a few minutes for their body temperatures to rise, and that could be fatal.
Cars get hot fast and can be deadly. Never leave a child in a car. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
You took the first step and quit smoking, but even former smokers may still be at risk for lung cancer. That's why SaveByTheScan.org wants you to know about a new low-dose CT scan that can detect lung cancer early. It takes only 60 seconds and could save your life. You took the first step, now take the next. Visit SaveByTheScan.org for a simple quiz to see if you're eligible and talk to your doctor about screening. SaveByTheScan.org is brought to you by the American Lung Association's Lung Force Initiative and the Ad Council.
8:40 left in the game. State leading Southern Miss 34-10. Southern Miss has the ball 1st and 10 at its own 25-yard line after a Bulldog punt. Golden Eagles looking for their first points in the second half. Braxton hands it off. Jeffrey Pittman, the former Bulldog, trying to get the corner left side, ducks his shoulder, runs through one man, but not the second. He actually lose a yard back to the 24-yard line. State just kept stringing him out, and it's Javen Williams, new man from Kennesaw State, who comes in to make the play from the secondary for the Bulldogs.
Man, and I'm going to tell you something now. Woodard came flying in there, and he took a shoulder from Pittman.
There's a Southern Miss player shaken up on the opposite side of the field from the play, the 25-yard line, right over near the Southern Miss bench. Medical staff out to take a look. We can't get a number. Jeffrey Pittman from Taylorsville. 2 years ago, as they get the injured man to his feet, that's Hayes Creel, one of the offensive linemen. Jeffrey Pittman scored 3 touchdowns in 2023 at Mississippi State. 2 of those were receiving scores. One of them was a game winner against Arizona. You remember that in Game 2, Davis Wade Stadium, in overtime?
Yep. Yep, that's right.
They wind the clock, 13:25 to go. It's 2nd and 11 for Southern Miss. Out of the shotgun, Braxton, play action. Throws to Pittman, complete between the hashes at the 30. 3 Bulldogs there waiting on him, and they'll tackle him at the 32-yard line. Diesel Moye in there for the first time. DeVay Sanders there to help him make the tackle for State.
Big Diesel, look at him, 99.
Right there on the nose in the middle of that defensive line. He takes up a lot of real estate. 3rd down and 2 here for Southern Miss. Tied in a receiver to the right, 2 receivers left. Braxton will keep straight ahead, and Braxton dives for a first down to the 36-yard line. Got exactly what he needed, and the Golden Eagles move the sticks with 12:39 left in the game, trailing 34-10. They go quickly, and problem is everybody went but the center. Both sides of the line were retreating in pass pro, and Braxton standing there waiting on the ball.
False start. Offense, the entire line. 5-yard penalty. First down.
If I'm not mistaken, James Carter also delivered one of the great lines in the history of the battle for the Golden Egg. Yeah. Personal foul on every player on both teams at the end of a 3rd quarter of a game in Oxford a few years ago.
We can laugh about it now. But back then it wasn't funny.
I think Charles Huff might have been on State staff that year.
He may have.
Could be wrong. They work out of the gun here after the 5-yard penalty. 1st and 15. An underneath screen. They get it to Pittman. Pittman's got space across the 35 to the 40, across midfield to the State 40, to the State 35, and he gets thrown down from behind at the State 32-yard line by Kelly Jones. But Jeffrey Pittman flashing some speed. A big chunk play for Southern Miss, and they've got it 1st and 10 at the State 33-yard line. Braxton takes a snap. Rolling right, throwing into the end zone. He's got a man, but he couldn't find the ball. Tyshawn Chapman had beaten Kelly Jones in front of the uprights, and the ball was thrown to the wrong shoulder, I think. He never could locate it, and it goes incomplete.
Well, and Trevion Williams was your defensive end. He's one-on-one with the tackle. Now, he wasn't hitting the quarterback as he threw, but he's in the right place, and he's bearing down on him in his vicinity. And it's kind of like earlier, a little bit of pressure cause an errant throw. That happened just on that play also.
2 receivers and a tight end to the right for the Eagles. The tight end Morris goes in motion from right to left. Single receiver left. Braxton gets the snap. He's pressured, eludes one tackler. Now he's blocked in by his own lineman. Wow. He dodges a second, rolling out right. Now he'll tuck it as he crosses the line of scrimmage and gets upended inside the 30 at the 28-yard line. It's Jalen Smith, the linebacker, who makes the stop for State. I'm telling you, Braylon Braxton earned every bit of those 4 yards. He ran about 40 to get him.
Man, Red Hibbler had a great spin move at left defensive end, free to the backfield, and missed him twice. On the way back there and on the way back.
3rd down and 6 for Southern Miss at the State 28-yard line. Tied into receiver left, 2 receivers right. Braxton Takes the snap, pocket collapses, now he's going to run. A lot of green around left end to the 20, and he gets knocked down after a first down at the 16-yard line by Hunter Washington. So he picks up 12 to move the chains, and Southern Miss is in the red zone here, trailing 34-10 with 10:44 to go in the game.
Yeah, really more of the same. Like the only run game they've had has been when he has escaped or after the play breaks down, he decides to run.
Yeah, 34 yards rushing on 10 attempts today for the quarterback. They'll run a reverse here. They get the ball in the hands of Metcalf around left end, and he doesn't really fool anybody. A half a yard, that's all, as he takes it just shy of the 15. Jerron Manning gets the stop for Mississippi State.
Yeah. You know, that's one where they're trying anything to get this ball in the end zone and maybe get some yards on the ground other than QB scramble. But it fooled nobody. Great job by the secondary to not go with that initial fake, see the reverse. You know, your lead blocker over there was essentially the quarterback, and he didn't really get in the way.
And to change out a lineman, Carlos Slayton, who came over from Troy, shaken up on that play, so they get him off the field. They'll line up here with a 3-receiver set, 2 of those right. They'll hand it off, and it's Robert Briggs straight ahead, running down the left hash to the 11, where he's stacked up by Darian Gillette, a transfer from Texas, first year on the state team for him. Gain of 4 yards, brings up 3rd down and 6.
3rd down, 5 yards to go.
2 receivers to the right for Southern Miss. The widest of those 2 is Braylon Brown. Morris, the tight end, in motion, sets up on the right side of the line. State showing blitz. Braxton gets the snap, hands it off Morris, trying to pick his way behind the left side. He gets to the 9, and that's it. Stacked up there after a gain of 2. That's going to bring up 4th down and 3. DJ Reed came over from Auburn in the offseason. Makes the stop up front for State.
DJ's had a good ball game, I think. Really active. Doesn't show up a ton on the stat sheet, but he's been really hard to block.
Pittman back in at running back. 4th down and 3. Line to gain is the State 6 for Southern Miss to keep this drive going. Single receiver right is Brown. Braxton takes the snap. Rolling right, pressured, hit as he throws. It's caught at the 8-yard line by Pittman. Ripped away from him at the end, but the officials say he's down, and it's going to be close as to whether or not he got the first down. I think he's just short of it.
Yeah.
And the officials signal that he is short. State has turned Southern over on downs as their drive stalls at the 8-yard line.
Well, and you know what I love to see right there, Neil? The entire defense read screen. Earlier in this drive, they converted on a big play on a really nice screen call that, Pittman catches it and takes it on deep. This time on 4th down, everybody read screen. You know, the rush realized that they were responsible. Secondary covers the screen, forced him to improvise. That's why they got the throw down the field and the catch that they did get. But it was an excellent job on 4th down of recognition, learning as the game goes on.
Timeout on the field, 8:39 to go here in Hattiesburg. State 34, Southern Miss 10. This is Mississippi State football from Learfield.
Jan from Toyota here with live coverage of end of summer fun at Toyota's National Sales Event with my special guest, Eli Manning.
Thanks, Jan. Let's get into it.
Down by the lake for some fishing, we've got Eric in his Tundra. He throws his line, and he's going long.
Heck of a team effort there. That Tundra got him exactly where he needed to be.
There's excitement in the stadium parking lot with the Davis family tailgating in their new Sequoia.
All eyes are on Dad manning the grill. He grabs some buns from the cargo area of the Sequoia and flips. And look at that. What a way to close this one out.
Sure was, Eli. Until next time, go Toyota.
See your participating Toyota dealer for details. Dealer inventory may vary. Event ends September 2nd. Toyota, let's go places. Right now, qualified buyers can get 1.99% APR financing for 72 months on a rugged new 2025 Tundra. See Toyota.com for offer details. Offer available in select states.
Your home for the Bulldogs.
Touchdown, Mississippi State.
This is Mississippi State football from Learfield.
In sitcoms, when someone has a problem, they just blurt it out and move on.
Well, I lost my job and my parakeet is missing. How was your day?
But the real world is different. Managing life's challenges can be overwhelming. So, what do? We get support. The Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council have mental health resources available for you at loveyourmindtoday.org. That's loveyourmindtoday.org. See how much further you can go when you take care of your mental health.
Snakes, zombies, sharks, heights, speaking in public. The list of fears is endless. But while you're clutching your blanket in the dark, wondering if that sound in the hall was actually a footstep, the real danger is in your hand, when you're behind the wheel. And while you might think a great white shark is scary, what's really terrifying and even deadly is distracted driving. Eyes forward, don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
To go in the game. State leads Southern Miss 34-10 here at The Rock in Hattiesburg. M.M. Roberts Stadium earned its nickname because when its first grandstand was built back in 1938, members of the student body, including offensive linemen on the football team, drug big blocks of concrete in here to build that grandstand. 1st and 10 State. Luke Kromenhawk is checked in at quarterback. He takes a shotgun snap from the state 7, hands it off, and Johnny Daniels runs straight ahead before he's tackled up to the 14-yard line. There is a penalty marker in the state backfield.
It's number 74. The penalty is half the distance.
That's Timothy Lewis.
Yeah. First down.
So half the distance is going to back State up inside the 5. Back to the 3-yard line.
Jay Perry told me that he thinks the announcer jinx was in effect this game every time I said something good about him, something bad. So I take it all back, Jay. Now watch.
1st down and 14 for State at its own 3. Kromenhawk takes a high snap, hands it off to Daniels, running behind the center of the line. Nothing there, up to the 5, that's all. Gets shoved back. Forward progress gets stopped after a gain of 2. And that's going to bring up 2nd down and 12. Biggest thing for State here, don't turn it over and kill some clock with a 34-10 lead as we move inside 8 minutes. Empty backfield now. Kromenhawk all alone in the gun. Takes the snap. Now he's going to run straight ahead, and he gets chopped down as he gets to the 8-yard line, so he picks up 3 more.
Not bad. Getting a little more room for your punter right here. Line to gain is out there at the 17. Maybe just a little past the 17.
Luke Kromenhawk came over from Florida State. He played 6 games for the Seminoles last year. 500 yards passing, had more than 100 yards rushing, threw for 3 TDs as a Seminole. From Savannah, Georgia. 3rd down and 9. Line to gain is the State 17. Kromenhawk all alone in a shotgun backfield. Now he'll bring Johnny Daniels as running back in from out wide. He'll set up on his left hip. Kromenhawk takes the snap. Sliding left, lot of green. He's going to run, angling right across the 15. He's got the first down as he crosses the 20. And Luke Kromenhawk gets tackled at the 21-yard line after racing for a 13-yard gain. Joseph Harper makes the tackle for Southern Miss, but it's a bank first down for the Bulldogs at the 21.
Tell you what, show some wheels. And, good job up front not to hold back there with your quarterback in the end zone.
Kromenhawk takes the shotgun snap on 1st and 10 from the 21. Looking right, throws. That one's caught at the 28-yard line. A great grab by Marcus Allen. Shares his name with the great L.A. Raider, but spells it differently, M-A-R-K-U-S. Diving grab, goes for 7 yards, and it's 2nd and 3 for State at the Bulldog 28. Kromenhawk in the gun with a tight end and 2 receivers left, single receiver right. Hands it off, and running right. His running back runs into traffic and will push 2 Golden Eagles up near the first down marker. Going to come up just shy of it. That's Xavier Gayton.
Yeah, did a good job lowering his shoulder, taking on the defender and driving him past the first down marker.
Yeah, he got the first down. They gave him progress up to the 31, so Xavier Gayton picks up 2 yards. A bank first down for Mississippi State. A lot of folks starting to get involved now with the Bulldogs leading 34-10 with 5:41 left. Luke Kromenhawk's first drive as a Bulldog quarterback. Takes a shotgun snap, throws right, incomplete. Josh Moten dives in front of Cam Thompson to break up that pass. Thompson, new player on the state team who came over from Northern Illinois in the offseason. One of 3 former NIU Huskies on the state team. 2nd down and 10 for the Bulldogs.
Going empty right here.
And Gayton, the running back, is one of 2 receivers to the right, a tight end and 2 receivers left for Croman-Hawk. Takes the snap, a 4-man rush. He's going to run straight ahead, angling right off a block from Jackson. Gets to the 35, just shy of the 36-yard line. Picks up 4 yards. That'll bring up 3rd down and 6. Jacoby Jackson out there blocking for his quarterback, though. Southern Miss makes wholesale changes up front with 5:09 left. Trying to get off the field here on this 3rd down. Croman-Hawk in an empty backfield. Tight end and 2 receivers left. Running back in the slot right. He'll throw left side. It's batted down, incomplete. A big rush, and Joseph Harper came in untouched off Croman-Hawk's left side to bat that one down with 2 hands. And that'll bring up 4th down for State. 4th and 6 for the Bulldogs at their own 36-yard line.
Yeah, he just kind of running that hitch past the 1st down stick up the hash. Safety was deep, and so Croman-Hawk was going to take it. And that's just a heads-up play. Defensive lineman gets his hands up, bats it down. That'll make State 11 of 18 today so far on 3rd down. Not bad at all. Been pretty good 3rd down offense.
Nathan Tice comes on to punt for the 2nd time today. He and Ethan Pulliam have split the punting duties for State. And the Bulldogs take too much time to get the play off. They'll get flagged for delay of game here as the play clock expires with 4:55 left.
Look at the punt, though.
Yeah, great punt.
He was about to kill it down there at the 4. Nice job.
Bring on back to school at Kohl's. From on-trend outfits to everyday styles, find looks your kids will love at prices you'll love when you shop at Kohl's at Kohl's.com, where families come first. Solo practice there for Nathan Tice, the Australian. State takes a 5-yard penalty. It's 4th and 10 now. Good snap. Just gets it out of there with a big rush on. Nice high punt. And drifting back to field it on a fair catch at his own 25-yard line. It's Elijah Metcalf, who had 2 Bulldogs bearing down on him. And he's able to make the grab. Officials will spot this one at the 26-yard line. That's where Southern Miss will have the ball when play resumes. No one gets you closer to the game than Sirius XM SEC Radio. Tune in for news, talk, and analysis from the offseason through the regular season and into the postseason. We've got your team covered anywhere you go. Get a free trial at SiriusXM.com/SEC Radio 2024. Timeout with 4:49 to go. State in front, 34-10 here at Southern Miss. This is Mississippi State football from Learfield.
You probably only think about insurance when you need it. But at Higginbotham, we have local insurance specialists from coast to coast thinking about your risk and how to cover them year-round. We start with listening and end with a custom solution that fits your needs and budget. Whether it's for your home, car, family, business, or employees, Higginbotham protects what matters most to you. Higginbotham makes insurance policies personal.
Bully, a most cantankerous canine. English by genetics, maroon by Starkville pride. You'll find him roving the campus and the nightmares of his foes. Ford also has a fan favorite, Ford F-Series, America's best-selling trucks 48 years straight. Drive F-150, official truck of the Bulldogs, only at your Mississippi Ford dealer, based on 1977 to 2024 total sales.
Mississippi State football lives here. This is the Bulldogs Sports Network from Learfield.
My name is Ariel. I moved to the U.S. at 19. I spoke no English and I struggled finding job opportunities. Everything I have, I owe to the Adult Literacy Center and getting my high school diploma at age 22.
It was an honor helping you achieve your greatness. Now you're helping others achieve theirs. It inspires me.
When you graduate, they graduate. Find free and supportive adult education centers near you at finishyourdiploma.org. Brought to you by Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
Adoption of teens from foster care is a topic not enough people know about, and we're here to change that.
I'm April Dinwiddie, host of the new podcast, Navigating Adoption, presented by Adopt US Kids. Each episode brings you compelling real-life adoption stories told by the families that live them with commentary from experts. Visit adoptuskids.org/podcast or subscribe to Navigating Adoption, presented by Adopt US Kids. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services Administration for Children and Families and the Ad Council.
To go in the game. State leads Southern Miss 34-10. It has been total dominance by State since halftime. Southern Miss has the ball 1st and 10 after a Bulldog punt. Braxton takes a shotgun snap, slings it to the left side. It's complete at the 25-yard line, and the wide receiver.
Flag of the play.
Oh, it'd help if I turned the chart over, wouldn't it? The wide receiver Shane King makes the catch, but it's going to get wiped out on a holding penalty, as you hear James Carter, and Southern Miss will get backed up here with 4:40 to go. It'll be 1st and 20.
Joseph Head at one defensive end here. You got Shepard and Moy. And 31, I think that's 31 on the other end over there, on the edge, standing up.
Southern Miss has got a tight end and 2 receivers left. They'll hand it off here on 1st down around the left end. It's Robert Briggs Jr. He'll take it across the 20, up to the 23-yard line. Picks up 10 yards.
Stonka Burnside in there at safety.
Seen Stonka on both sides of the ball today. Yeah. 2nd down and 14. Braxton going quick here. Takes the snap. Now he's going to run for it, and he'll dive just shy of the 30-yard line. Dives right at the feet of Jalen Smith. As he gets the ball, they'll mark him down at the 29 for a gain of 6.
Javen Williams and Dwight Lewis are your quarterbacks. I'm sorry, your cornerbacks right now.
3rd down and 9 for Southern Miss here. They've got to get the ball to the Mississippi State 38-yard line. Braxton takes a shotgun snap, slings it out into the left flat, caught there by Montgomery. Montgomery spins out of a tackle at the 35, another at the 37, finally tackled at the 39-yard line. Nice play, and did a good job just to hang on to it out there. That's Montrell Chapman. But Southern Miss gets a 1st down as they get the ball up to the 40, a gain of 10. 1st and 10 for the Golden Eagles with 3:05 left, trailing 34-10. Braxton throws up the left side, trying to throw it over the left shoulder of Davis Dalton, and a flag comes in near the State 40-yard line. It was one-on-one coverage up that left sideline.
26 of the defense, 15-yard penalty, 1st down.
It's Dwight Lewis really taking a step up in class, coming over from Marion University in Indianapolis, where he had great numbers. First opportunity for him today, and he gets flagged for pass interference. So 15-yard penalty, moves the ball into State territory, and Southern Miss has it at the Bulldog 45. 1st and 10 with 3 minutes to play, trailing 34-10. Out of the gun, a quick pitch ahead to Montgomery around the left end. He gets popped as he steps through the line, hit at the 43 and driven back. He'll get his forward progress to that point.
You know, if you want to play linebacker in college football, you need to watch Jalen Smith.
Yeah, it was Smith who hit him.
On that play, coming up and taking on the lead blocker.
Defense, 10-yard penalty from the end of the run. Automatic 1st down.
And a defensive holding penalty mixed in there too somewhere. So Southern Miss going to get a free 1st down and wipes out a good defensive play by Smith.
I mean, Jalen Smith coming upfield 100 miles an hour and the lead blocker 100 miles an hour. They meet just in front of the ball carrier. That was a heck of a collision.
So the penalty takes the ball down to the State 34. A lot of reserves in here. 1st and 10 for Southern Miss. Braxton takes the snap, rolling left, throws complete. Grant Page makes the grab along the boundary at the 22-yard line and gets shoved out of bounds there. It's a pickup of 12 yards and another 1st down for the Golden Eagles. 2:30 left in the game. State leading 34-10 here in the season opener. 2 receivers right, 1 left for Southern Miss.
They might take a look to see
if on the field to complete the pass. The previous play is under video review.
All right, so James Carter's going to walk down and take a look at that last catch by Grant Page. Our replay reviews are brought to you by Richard Schwartz and Associates. One call, that's all.
Reyes, 19, the safety, came over and is the one that made contact, knocked him out of bounds as the ball got there. And Cyrus was motioning as if he thought maybe he had forced him to bobble it.
Well, State's headed for its first road win under Jeff Levy. And that stat's a little deceptive. Both of State's wins last year were at home. Eastern Kentucky in the opener. UMass, a non-conference win to start November of 2024. But last year, State went 0-5 in road games. All of those games were against teams ranked in the top 11 in the country.
Oh, yeah.
And they were in some of them. They were in a game at Georgia. They were in a game at Texas for 3 quarters.
Well, and something you talked about in the pregame, there's a few moments in some of those games, like at Georgia and Texas, where he had an inexperienced at quarterback, a freshman who missed some easy slant throws on third downs to convert drives and stuff that kept getting you off the field. And most of the time, those situations, those are things veterans do. Those are gimme plays,
After review, the ruling on the field is overturned. The receiver did not have control of the ball prior to going out of bounds. Incomplete pass, second down.
All right, so second down. Southern Miss going to have to back up after the call is overturned. Page didn't make the catch in bounds. Didn't make the catch. So they'll reset the chains here.
Out there at defensive end right now, Joseph Head Jr., just a redshirt sophomore, Mississippi native, had to play a lot last year as a true freshman. He's gotten a little bigger, and he's got a bright future. It's just he was forced to play last year. He's played well in a few snaps in this drive, had some pressure earlier. 2nd and 10, Southern Miss after the call was overturned back at the State 33-yard line. 2:23 to go in the game. Bulldogs lead it by 24. A handoff straight ahead. This is Pittman, and he'll carry it to the 30 and get shoved back. Briggs. He'll carry it to the 30 and get shoved back there. In there to make the stop for Mississippi State, it's Kendrick James, backup linebacker. Pick up a 3 yards for Briggs, brings up 3rd and 7 and takes us to the 2-minute warning.
This is a 2-minute timeout.
So with 2 minutes left in the game, State leads Southern Miss 34-10. Hey, Bulldogs fans, score big savings for game day. Kroger's lowered prices on thousands of items from snacks and tailgating essentials. Shop in-store or on the Kroger app and save every time you shop. Kroger, fresh for everyone. 2 minutes left. State 34, Southern Miss 10. This is Mississippi State football from Learfield.
Inspired by the moments that matter. The last-second touchdowns, the rivals outranked, the play fakes that surprised everyone. Especially the other guy's defense. At C-Spire, we connect you with all of it, on and off the field. With nationwide 5G wireless, fiber home internet, and business IT solutions. Because we're not just in your town, we're on your team. C-Spire, customer inspired.
All right. It's a beautiful day for football here at the stadium, and we're just about ready for kickoff. Score 0-0. And suddenly, I'm in the mood for a Coke Zero Sugar. Real Coke taste, zero sugar. Now that's a winning combo. Yeah, crisp, refreshing. That hits the spot. When it comes to great taste, Coke Zero Sugar's always on the scoreboard. Coke Zero Sugar. Real Coke taste, zero sugar.
Ringing those cowbells after every touchdown. You're listening to Mississippi State football from Learfield.
My mom has taken up going to the park to practice yoga.
My dad's going to a club, but not a book club, a salsa club.
Finding new hobbies comes with age.
My mom has started getting lost and not knowing where she's going.
Becoming lost or disoriented doesn't. Confusion with time or place may be a sign of Alzheimer's. An early diagnosis can help improve the quality of life for your loved one. Learn the warning signs of Alzheimer's at 10signs.org. Brought to you by the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Man, I love my kids so much. I once sat for 3 hours in the cold rain to watch her soccer team lose by 18 goals.
I love my kids so much, I once used a tube to suck snot out of her stuffed nose at 3 a.m.
You win.
Love your kids? Love them enough to make sure they're in the right car seat. From toddlers to tweens, visit nhtsa.gov/the-right seat to find the right seat for their age and size. Keep them safe. Visit nhtsa.gov/the-right seat. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Separate Mississippi State from a 1-0 start to the 2025 college football season. The Bulldogs lead Southern Miss 34-10. State led 13-10 at half, Matt, and the third quarter blew Southern Miss off the field, dominant in offense and defense in that third period today.
Yep, that's it. And that's the thing. I mean, there's still a lot of room to grow. Your coaches are going to watch this film when it's over with and say, listen, we got to play 4 quarters that way with that kind of intensity and execution, and you do that, you might have something. So a long way to go, but a lot of good things today also.
As play resumes, Southern Miss has a 3rd down and 7 from the Mississippi State 30-yard line. They've had a first down taken off the board after what they thought originally was a catch for Grant Page was overturned on review. So now 3rd down and 7 from the State 30. Braxton has 3 receivers to his left, takes the shotgun snap. 3-step drop, now pressured, hit, drops it off, complete to Briggs, the running back, who gets it inside the 30 and gets tackled at the 32-yard line. Ty Lockhart in there to make the play. That's a young guy who's going to get some run for Mississippi State at linebacker this year. Coaches are really high on him.
Short of the line to make.
He had a blitzing corner off the edge who hit him and wrapped him up around the waist, and he still stood there and made the completion. I mean, that kid can play now.
Gain of 2 yards. It's 4th and 5 for Southern Miss. They're going to go for it. Braxton takes the snap. Pocket collapses. He'll run straight ahead. He gets the first down between the hashes. He dives down to the 22-yard line. Picks up 6 yards. And another first down for the Golden Eagles with 1:19 to go.
And that will give them 100 yards rushing on the day.
2 receivers each way for Southern Miss. Braxton takes the snap, steps up into the pocket, throwing into the back right of the end zone. Incomplete. A flag comes in. It was one-on-one coverage. He was looking downfield for Grant Page. And I'm looking to see who was covering for State.
Defense number 19. 50-yard penalty.
Yeah, Reyes.
Automatic first down.
And that's one, he's in a good position, and it's okay if your arms are extended. You just can't grab anything. Like, I think that's the mistake. It's okay if I'm here, but once I do this and grab your shirt, oh, sorry about that, partner, I wrinkled your shirt there, but that's when they're going to get them.
If you have to grab to stop me in the end zone, you got some serious issues. 1st and goal after the penalty. 1st and goal from the 7 for Southern Miss. Braxton out of the gun, drops it off underneath, and a nice open field tackle. Jalen Smith saved a touchdown. Matt Jones made the play out of the backfield, but had nowhere to go. Jones drops him at the 9 for a loss of 3. 2nd and goal, 49 seconds left. A lot of pride here for these youngsters on the field for State, trying to keep Southern Miss out of the end zone and pitch a shutout here in the second half. Bunch formation off the right side of the line, a single receiver left. Braxton drops, throws. He's got a man wide open in the right side of the end zone, and he makes the catch for a Southern Miss touchdown. No one in the neighborhood of T.J. Johnson, and he makes the catch to make it 34-16.
Yeah, they ran that. It's not a wheel, it's just inside out, and the outside receiver comes in, the safety runs with him. Nobody's going to the outside on that vertical, and got his toe down, and late touchdown here 4th quarter against some young guys for State.
The officials haven't moved off the ball yet. They're waiting for confirmation from upstairs that was indeed a touchdown. He was on the line. I thought he was able to get down. They're taking multiple looks at it. Now they've confirmed it. And here's Harradine to attempt the extra point. Good snap back. Hold is down. The right footer's kick is away. And this one is true. So it's a 7-yard touchdown pass from Braylon Braxton to T.J. Johnson. Caps a 10-play, 73-yard scoring drive. It takes 4 minutes and 16 seconds, and it's a 34-17 lead for Mississippi State. First time that Southern Miss has scored since the 9:32 mark of the second quarter.
Wow. Yeah, that's a little bit of a drought. State just kind of stepped up and played really good football there for a stretch. So you don't get the second half shutout you were looking for. Give up a late touchdown, and with 33 seconds left in the game, you know, if this kickoff does go deep and you get a chance to play offense, you're just going to kill it and probably get out of here with the win.
State thinks that Southern Miss is going to kick onside here. They've got their hands team in. I think Brennan Thompson is the deep man here with the hands team on the field. He's waiting back at the 18-yard line. 33 seconds left in the game. Paradine pooches this one into empty space down at the 15. He's going to kick it out of bounds. Rolls out at the 10. And Mississippi State's going to get the ball at the 35-yard line. Eat like a champion at Bulldog Burger.
Free kick out of bounds. Kicking team. Baru, the ball we place at the 35-yard line. First down.
Excuse me, Mr. Carter. Eat like a champion at Bulldog Burger, the place for gourmet burgers, sandwiches, salads, and milkshakes. And stay tuned for the fifth quarter show. That's where you'll find Marcus Hunter today. Jay Perry will join him from here in the booth in Hattiesburg. Bulldog Burger, located in the heart of the Cotton District on University Drive. Taste victory. State's going to do that today in the season opener. Jeff Levy's on his way to 2-0 in season opening games, but I mentioned earlier this is going to be his first road win as the head coach of the Bulldogs. Kamario Taylor will get State's final run at quarterback here on the final possession, likely for the Bulldogs today. He's got two receivers each way. Works out of the gun. Hands it off on first down, and it's Johnny Daniels running to his left, and Daniels will take the ball to the 38-yard line. Gain of 3 yards. Brings up 2nd and 7. That's the only play State's going to run. Southern Miss isn't interested in calling a timeout. Taylor walks over, congratulates Jeff Levy as quarterback and coach hug. Benches begin to empty. A lot of Mississippi guys on these two teams. They all begin to find one another and shake hands as the final seconds tick off. And in the immortal words of the iconic Jack Crystal, you can wrap this one in maroon and white. State wins the season opener here at Southern Miss, 34-17. Matt, Jay, and I will have more in a moment. This is Mississippi State football from Learfield.
Jan from Toyota here with live coverage of end of summer fun at Toyota's national sales event with my special guest, Eli Manning.
Thanks, Jan. Let's get into it.
Down by the lake for some fishing, we've got Eric in his Tundra. He throws his line, and he's going long.
Heck of a team effort there. That Tundra got him exactly where he needed to be.
There's excitement in the stadium parking lot with the Davis family tailgating in their new Sequoia.
All eyes are on Dad manning the grill. He grabs some buns from the cargo area of the Sequoia and flips. And look at that. What a way to close this one out.
Sure was, Eli. Until next time, go Toyota.
See your participating Toyota dealer for details. Dealer inventory may vary. Event ends September 2nd. Toyota, let's go places. Right now, qualified buyers can get 1.99% APR financing for 72 months on a rugged new 2025 Tundra. See Toyota.com for